This is Truth Frequency Radio.
This is one obviously under heavy Masonic influence.
Condition orange. Condition orange. Situation Delta in effect. Please enter your agent number now, followed by the hash key.
You have to create culture. Don't watch TV. Don't read magazines. Don't even listen to NPRs.
Time comes when science
more for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. Help them. Think for yourself. Question authority.
this code has been compromised.
Do I seem like I care?
All right, welcome back, Truth Seeker. Somehow, some way, there is somebody else connected to the line, so we're hearing another person's conversation, and
You are. This is very
I don't think she realizes she's connected. Is there a way I can disconnect her?
I don't know, is there?
Hello, who was on the line?
I'm not answering that.
So, this is weird, you guys. This is a new problem. We got a phantom person. Huh. How is somebody on the line?
I'm working really hard.
Well, this was unexpected, and I don't know what to do about this problem because it's not through my control end. How is there somebody else on the line tonight? For people who don't watch the Wednesday show, again, this is streamed through Truth Frequency Radio, and we have had some glitches over the years, but this is a brand new one. Yeah, it's a bit irritating having background noise and somebody else's voice coming in and out.
I agree.
Hold on, you guys. I'm gonna see if I can. This is definitely not the way to start the show, but I am gonna see if I can contact somebody to help. Because we just can't do a show this way. This is so weird. Shoot.
Why do you think that has happened to me? I'm like too excited.
Okay, I put out the memo that we need help, so hopefully we can get a response. Well, I have not tuned into TFR today, so I don't know if other hosts have been having this same problem. Lucky, if you are out there, Lucky also helps. Sometimes she's listening. She knows how to solve the problems. But okay, let me see. What do you think, chat? Should I just power through and talk like it's not there, or what?
That's what you should do.
Well, it's like she's obviously not listening to the show right now. Otherwise, she would hang up, right?
How can I can't listen to your show. I'm sorry. Here, I can mute me. All right, we'll just mute.
It sounded like they were responding, and then they said they're going to mute themselves. Like, I do not know what is going on right now. They're not on the call board, this person, and they're not on the... Okay, they disconnected me from the show. They disconnected me? Hold on. Okay, let's try this again. Oh, now their number connected again. I don't know if it's some kind of weird sabotage hack or what it is, but we'll see. We'll try it out. Just about today's headlines, Rudy Giuliani turning himself into the Fulton County Jail. Again, today's the 88th day of his age. In Gematria, Fulton County Jail equals 88. Just like Trump, just like how since 2015 when Trump announced he was running for president, we've been documenting the nonstop 88 rituals with Trump. Of course, last year on 8/8, a big one, Mar-a-Lago raid. But yeah, it's just the latest 88. We've already been covering the whole Fulton County indictment by the numbers. Again, fourth state, fourth indictment. It was on Trump's 60th day of his age, the guy who was in front of Mount Rushmore that has the 4 presidential faces that are each 60 feet long. Again, there's a big relationship with 4 and 60. Just for starters, in Gematria, if you spell out the word 4, F-O-U-R, it equals 60. Has to do with why Moses Malone died at 60, and then Kobe died 4 years after him when Moses died before his retirement season, and Kobe scored 60 in the last game against Utah. Again, 4 and 60. It's a pattern. And this is all for the upcoming 60th presidential election. But yeah, that's one of the stories in the news. The Wagner crash today, a plane crash from the Wagner rebel chief. That was June 23rd, the rebellion. Now 2 months later, he's dead in a plane crash on Kobe Bryant's birthday, who died in an air fatality, a helicopter instead of a plane. And again, is it a coincidence? Today's 83 days after the Wagner chief's June 1st birthday. As we know, 83, the song Murder by Numbers came out in 83. The word murder equals 83. Kobe's death was synced with the 83-year-old Pope at the time and connected to Moses Malone, who won the NBA Finals in 83. The same year Bear Bryant died on January 26th, which Kobe Bryant would eventually die on as well all those years later. Kobe was 4 back when Moses Malone won the Finals in 83 for his hometown Philly. Those finals started 60 days after Moses Malone's birthday, that 4-60 thing. It was a 4-0 sweep in those finals. Philly over the Lakers. Kobe's birth city versus eventual team. But yeah, anyway. Kobe's death had a lot to do with 83. Now on his birthday, the Wagner's chief, in a similar type of incident with the same numbers, but on Kobe's birthday. What are the odds? And before we get into the topic I really want to discuss tonight, the death of the father of the woman who scored the winning goal in the Women's World Cup. I want to talk about that and why on that same day, also in the world of entertainment, a somewhat popular rapper, Blac Youngsta, who has an Illuminati album. He lost his 3rd brother while he's 33 years old. We're going to talk about why both of these things happen on the same day, August 18th, what it does have to do with the Illuminati, and what the Illuminati has to do with the biblical ritual of Cain and Abel, or I should say the biblical story. But yeah, it's been a week of whoppers. You know, Jesuit boy Gavin Newsom declared Hurricane Hilary an emergency on Bill Clinton's birthday, another Jesuit. Everything we've been uncovering about Maui. If you've missed the work from the last week on Maui, again, just it's amazing everything we've uncovered. It's just Joe Biden had to wait 13 days to speak on Maui or Hawaii's 64th birthday. Remember in Gematria, Maui equals 64, as does Joe Biden. Joe Biden, born 201 months before Hawaii became a state. You know about the 201s, I imagine, if you've been here before. But anyhow, Just big, sick jokes. Again, Hawaii was overthrown by the Committee of 13 back in 1893. And then 130 years later, this worst wildfire in a century that doesn't make any sense, that made people look like they got hit by a volcano instead of a fire. Again, they compared it to Mount Vesuvius in Italy. But yeah, there's been a lot of stories this week. It's been a busy week. I've been trying to keep up on Gematria Effect News 25. But a big one I have not had a chance to get to all week is Olga Carmona. Olga Carmona. She scores the winning goal for the Women's World Cup. Remember, the Women's World Cup began on the 201st day of the year. Started with a mass shooting in New Zealand, the hosting country, right before kickoff. Then New Zealand with the big upset. But, again, she scores the winning goal, and then she learns after the game that her father was dead. And, in fact, her father did not die that day. He died 2 days earlier, but they saved the news of the father's death until the game was over. And then, if you were following the story, you might have heard that another woman on the team, veteran player, her father died right at the start of the tournament. So we're going to look at both of these women and their fathers and the obvious ritual. And remember, the men, we were able to accurately forecast what the men's World Cup would be from the start of the tournament and why Argentina should win it for the Pope, who had turned 86 the day before the championship game, and he's from Argentina, and he's a big Argentina fan, and Argentina last won it in 86, and FIFA equals 86. Anyway, Argentina was settled by the Spanish, so Argentina win the men's, and remember they kept Messi the Messiah separate in room 201 from the rest of the team, just like how Pope Francis is the first pope to live in suite 201, this very important number to the Jesuits who founded the Illuminati, and the number so relevant to their history as we're constantly documenting. But Olga Carmona, she learns her father's died right after she wins the World Cup with the winning goal. She scored it at the 29th minute. The final score was 1-0. She scored the goal at the 29th minute of the game. Of course, in Gematria, Carmona and football both equal 29. If you run the alphabetic order in reverse, Carmona and football both equal 43. Perfect overlap. But she scored this winning goal at the 29th minute. And her name in Gematria, 46 and 62, biblical numbers of sacrifice from the Torah. And Torah has that Gematria 62, Genesis 46 begins with the sacrifice. Big numbers in what just happened to Hawaii. It's important that Kanye West is 46 years old and Obama is 62 at the time Hawaii gets wrecked, when those men are connected through November 08. And what happened that month with Kanye's album from Hawaii. Hello?
Yeah, this is getting annoying.
How are you even on this line? How are you on this line?
You're asking me that question? I should be asking you that question.
This is so weird, you guys. I don't know how she's on the
What are
line.
you really talking about here? What is this? Where are you broadcasting?
I don't know how to explain how she's on the line. She obviously got. I guess the number could be acquired. I mean, there's a number we're supposed to call into to do the show, but somehow she is getting on the line. Okay, so coming back to the Olga Carmona thing, her birthday is June 12th. She's 23 years old in 2023. Notice how in Gematria, Spain equals 23. Notice also how Spain equals 76, and her full name, Olga Carmona Garcia, is 76. Perfectly named for Spain, wins at the right age. And again, here we are in 2023. So, from her birthday, June 12th, to the day of her winning and the news of her father, August 20th, 69 days later, Women's World Cup has that Gematria 69. You could also say it was a total span of 70 days, and Francis and Vatican are 70. Her teammate who lost her father, Irene Paredes, her name's 70. Again, the Men's World Cup was synced up with the Vatican and Pope Francis, and we're going to get further into how it's undeniably connected to the Pope once again. But again, Spain settled Argentina. And FIFA stands for Federación International de Football Association, which, by the way, is 201. Again, that big Jesuit number going with Jorge Mario Bergoglio, the name of Pope Francis, the first Jesuit Pope, the first to live in Suite 201. And there are some other interesting things about her name in the Illuminati and the history of America, but I want to skip down to her teammate who also lost the father. Again, Irene Paredes. She's 32 years old, and the Women's World Cup was founded 32 years ago in 1991. Yeah, I'll save some more of this. If you guys want to read the longer post on my website about it, there is more information. But yeah, just think about the perfect patterns. And again, just coming back to the same old thing. We talked about the significance of the Women's World Cup, which also equals 201. I forgot to mention, Women's World Cup equals 201, and this year it began on the 201st day of the year. But yeah, for this to happen to this woman... Oh, and here's the final piece that I actually do need to mention. Excuse me. The ritual took place 119 days before the Pope's birthday. The winning goal and the father's death being announced 119 days before the Pope's birthday, also on her 70th day of her age. And again, in Gematria, with the alphabetic order forwards, Francis is 70, in reverse it's 119, and forwards Vatican is 70, and in reverse it's 119. So... Okay, but Illuminati rituals is the theme, and then on the same day you have the death of the third brother of a 33-year-old rapper who made an album called Illuminati. Now, again, the father died on August 18th, and now Blac Youngsta's latest brother has died August 18th, 18/8. Remember, Bavarian Illuminati, the original name of the Illuminati, has a gematria value of 188, just like how the US dollar bill denominations are the 1, the 2, the 5, the 10, the 20, the 50, the 100. You add it up, they add to 188. And Blac Youngsta, his second album after Illuminati was called 223, and he put that out on February 23rd, 2/23, and he said it was named that because it took him 223 weeks to make $2 million. And if you spell out two, T-W-O, $1 million, it has a gematria value of 223. Special number, like the Synagogue of Satan is 223, and so is Philadelphia, and the letters written to the Church of Philadelphia about the Synagogue of Satan. But 223 is the 48th prime number, and the word Illuminati equals 48. And in Genesis 4:8, that's where Cain kills Abel. And Genesis has the gematria 33 like Bible. And again, at age 33, he loses his third brother. And this is happening in the time of him being in the music business, putting out albums like Illuminati. So they also said the brother was killed at 9:30 a.m., 9/3. Again, the Illuminati is a sun cult. The sun's 93 million miles away on average. Order of Illuminati has that gematria of 93. But the rapper Blac Youngsta, his birth name is Samuel Benson, or he goes by Sammy Benson, which equals 48 forward, 69 in reverse, just like Illuminati. And we just talked about what happened with the football star, the lady football star, Olga, 69 days after her birthday. He's losing his brothers. Cain and Abel equals 69. Again, Bible equals 33 like Genesis. His last brother died on the date 6/9. The family surname Benson also equals 69. But his last brother, who died on June 9th, 6/9, died 4 years ago. Genesis 4 is the story of Cain and Abel. And we know 4 is related to death in so many ways. Genesis 4:8. Now Cain said to his brother Abel, "Let's go out to the field." While they were in the field, Cain attacked his brother Abel and killed him. Genesis 4:8. And you know what? Just reading, Cain and Abel, and in light of the way they use these numbers, and they have people fighting with each other, destroying each other, while the tyrants, laugh all the way. I don't want to say to the top. They've been up there. I'm just continually laughing at the top as we fall for every trap set for us. But it says, Adam made love to his wife Eve, and she became pregnant and gave birth to Cain. She said, with the help of the Lord, I have brought forth a man. Later she gave birth to his brother Abel. And now remember, the serpent, who's Satan, punishes Adam and Eve God punishes Adam and Eve for being tricked by the serpent in Genesis 3, and God punishes Eve with labor pains. So, anyway, then comes the story of 4 and the birth of the brothers, Cain and Abel, which ends up being a story of death and killing out of jealousy. So then it goes on. Again, Genesis 4:2, later she gave birth to his brother Abel. The phrase brothers equals 42. Brothers, 42, slang term quoted all over Black history. New Testament begins with the 42 generations of Jesus. Jesus, his physical description, that of a darker complected person. Anyhow, now Abel kept flocks and Cain worked the soil. That's also part of Genesis 4:2. In the course of time, Cain brought some of the fruits of the soil as an offering to the Lord. That was 4:3. 4:4 says, and Abel also brought an offering, fat portions from some of the firstborn of his flock. The Lord looked with a favor on Abel and his offering. Then 4:5, but on Cain and his offering he did not look with favor. So Cain was very angry and his face was downcast. And then, 3 verses later, he's killing his brother out of this happening. Not only did his brother, the latest death was the third brother at age 33, but he died on a date with 33 numerology as well, August 18th, 2023. And Yo Gotti, another Memphis rapper, is part of this story. Yo Gotti, 33. Again, this is coming out of Memphis, which has the biblical connection to Egypt. A lot of young black men with the Illuminati rituals, like Young Dolph. Young Dolph died in recent history in a very clear Illuminati tribute after he tweeted on the 201st day of the year that without making sacrifices, you can't make money for your family. Blac Youngsta's latest brother died 132 days after his birthday. It's a reminder that the United States of America was named September 9th, 1776, 132 days from the establishment of the Illuminati. And again, United States of America equals 132, like Catholic Church, like Roman Catholic, even like England. Big number 132, 132 rooms in the White House. The thing they just did with Joe Biden. Joe Biden's birth being synced with this ritual in Hawaii on Hawaii's birthday after the fires from the home state of his wingman Obama. But we're in the time of a King Charles, and the Great London Fire, which was blamed on the Jesuits, happened on the 159th day since King Charles II's coronation, 1959 days. Now in the time of this Charles, Hawaii since 1959 burns up. Takes over the news on August 9th, the anniversary of Dora the Explorer, concluding 4 years earlier when Dora the Explorer's creator was born in 1959. And the only surviving, the Miracle House in Maui was owned by a woman named Dora who painted power lines when they say that the storm was from the down power line or the fire was caused by the down power line and then the winds of Dora. I mean, holy coincidences. But yes, 18/8, big Illuminati date. Every year, Kofi Annan got it the other year on that date by the Illuminati code. There's been other names. And this year, it's the man with the Illuminati album. Bavarian Illuminati, 188. The U.S. dollar bill denominations add up to 188. The Illuminati symbolism on the dollar bill. This guy's whole music career about his money. Selling your soul. Making sacrifices for fame. Young Dolph said you got to sacrifice to make money for your family. It seems that Blac Youngsta, who also ridiculed Young Dolph's death, if I recall, I've got to go back and double check how all that was, but I'm pretty sure that was part of the story. it's like he's sacrificing his family to make money, right? The other side of the equation. So, but yeah, I don't know how people don't catch on, right? I mean, just stories like this so often. The year the Kansas City Royals won the World Series, Game 1, at the end of the game, the announcers announcing the coincidence that the starting pitcher just lost his father and the closing pitcher just lost his father within hours of each other just before the game. It's like, really? I'm telling you that? The starting pitcher and the closing pitcher just had their fathers die? The 111th World Series won by the Royals in the time of the Queen, who was born on the 111th day of the year, beating New York, the 111 state, where September 11th happened on the day, leaving 111 days left in the year. Again, just the ritualism of it all. So, we got a commercial break coming up, Truth Seeker. And again, if you got tuned in late, we also have somebody who's connected on the line that's not supposed to be, who's just interrupting when they want to. And we'll continue to troubleshoot with that tonight. But I've let it be known to Chris Gio, and I'm waiting for a response back. But yeah, that is the weird thing about tonight's stream. So we got the commercial break, and then we'll be right back. And thank you for the generous super chats, people watching on YouTube. Thank you very much, Ray. I appreciate that. All right, sit tight, Truth Seeker. Quick break.
Once upon a time.
We're not on the stage just because of talent or ability. We're up here because of 4 a.m. We're up here because of 2-a-days or 5-a-days. We're up here because we had a dream and let nothing stand in our way. If anything tried to bring us down, we used it to make us stronger. We were never satisfied, never finished, will never be retired. My high school English teacher, Mr. Fisk, actually paid attention one time in class. And she said, he had this beautiful quote, and it read, "Rest at the end, not in the middle." And I took that to heart. I believe there's time for resting at the end, but for me, that time is not now. Thank you for this tremendous honor and acknowledging my basketball career, but I'm far from done. My next dream is to be honored one day for inspiring the next generation of athletes to have a dream, sacrifice for it, and never, ever rest in the middle.
Hey everyone, it's Chris Gio, founder of Truth Frequency Radio and host of Beyond the Veil. The mainstream media and establishment are running scared right now, and they've prominently featured TruthFrequencyRadio.com as number 89 on the federal government's hit list, also known as the fake news list, which is essentially a list of sites slated for censorship on Facebook, YouTube, Google, and other social media. Now is the time for you to get involved. Share your favorite TFR shows far and wide on forums and social media. Tell your friends and family about your favorite shows. If you're a business owner, get in touch with us to feature your product or service right here on TFR. And if you haven't done so already, become a TFR supporter now and get unlimited commercial-free downloads in high quality. Visit truthfrequencyradio.com/sign-up. Thank you for making TFR the leader in independent and uncensored talk radio. Truth Frequency Radio, your protection from deception.
True initiation is an inward journey. It's a spiritual path that is totally inward. It has nothing to do with anything external to you.
I want to determine if the Grand Architect is indeed what I believe it to be, which is the artificial intelligence.
The initiatory path is one of self-discovery and self-revealing. It's not a journey that someone can hold your hand through.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I want to take you through the steps of initiation. Remember, you are divinity.
Step Beyond the Veil with Chris and Sherry Gio. Fridays and Saturdays, 7 p.m. to 10 p.m.
no hate, no hype, no fear. We are TFR Frequency Radio.
All right, we are back, True Seeker, and I do want to take calls. Just again, there is another person that's lurking on the line, and I don't know how they're doing it. In all the years we've been doing the show, I've never seen this one before. But somehow they're also in control of the line because they were able to disconnect me. The thing is, if I disconnect from TFR, I won't disconnect from YouTube, but they can disconnect me from TFR, which they already showed. And as I take calls, see if they try to interfere with the calls, but hopefully somebody at TFR can intervene. The person who intends to sabotage. So let's go out to George. What's up, George? George.
Hello, Zach. Can you hear me?
You're on.
Yes, hello, Zach.
Yes.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, boy. I know the last couple of times we were having technical issues. I couldn't come on last week, so you have me now. I was going to talk about the movie Zulu, but maybe I'll hold off on that. But have you seen it yet?
What movie?
Zulu? The 1964 film with Michael Caine?
I don't even know about it. Zulu.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I mentioned it a couple weeks ago.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I thought you were talking about like a new film. Okay, yeah, you did bring that up. Okay, I was looking into that. But no, I haven't watched it yet.
Oh, okay. If you can, I mean, I realize you're busy. I think you would appreciate it because I just make 3 recommendations. Look at it for the time it was supposed to be set late 19th century in Southern Africa, the 1960s when it was made, and now, and how they've used it for predictive programming. And this movie came out, roughly a year or so before the Watts riot in Southern California. So that's why I bring it up.
Okay. Thank you.
And something I wanted to, okay, well, since I'm talking about it, I might as well discuss. Okay, can you pull up the Wikipedia page for the movie Zulu?
Yeah, let me pull it up here.
Now, for the younger audience, they may not be too familiar with Michael Caine, but most recently, well, I mean, he did a movie last year or so, but back in 2008, he played Alfred the Butler in Dark Knight Rising. So, I mean, he's done so somewhat recently, and I bring him up because he is the only star of the film. He's still alive. He's 90 years old. He was born on March the 14th, 1933. But he's the only star of the film who's still alive, and he's the only one who's lived into old age. Look at, I mean, can you pull up one of his co-stars like Stanley Baker? He was something like, what was it, 47 when he died?
Yeah, it looks like he would have turned 48. That he must have been 48. Yeah, he was 48.
Okay, so you had a huge number of stars who died relatively young. You had Stanley Baker, you had Nigel Glee, who was, I believe, 47. The assistant died of, he OD'd on sleeping pills. They're not sure whether that was an accident. You also had Jack Hawkins, who was in the early 60s when he died. So I know you've talked about rappers, and all the premature deaths and they've suffered. But man, this movie, you could say the same thing about the people who are in this movie.
Sure.
They had incredibly bad luck, you could say.
Sure. Something that stands out to me about this movie is, again, it just came out in 64. The 64 spaces on the chessboard. International Chess Day, we realized this week, began in Paris, France on the 201st day of the year, just like how the Illuminati was founded by the Jesuit Adam Weishaupt 64 days before America's supposed birthday of July 4th, 1776. And then it goes with Joe Biden, 64, being in Maui for its 64th birthday when the state was established 201 months after he was born. But, yeah, 64. I will have to watch this film. I'm reminded again to watch it. And now that I'm looking at 64, maybe there's something in there I need to see. Epic war film. Again, Hawaii, secured for military purposes. Stuff going on with Russia, Ukraine. Again, the 808 area code was made on 8/8 in history for Hawaii. And the other year they had the missile scare at 808. That was a false alarm that lasted for 38 minutes. Now this time they get wiped out in a 38 ritual and they get no alarm. I just wonder if it's a precursor for something coming in this escalating World War III narrative. Okay.
Well, if I could just mention one or two other things. I didn't know this until I looked it up the other day. There have been something like over 50 TV shows set in Hawaii. Arguably the most famous one was the original Hawaii Five-0, starring Jack Lord as Steve McGarrett. It ran from 1968 to 1980. And as I said, the original Hawaii Five-0, there was a reboot that was done more recently from 2010 to 2020. And I can address that in just a moment, because that may pertain to what I've been talking about for the last couple of weeks. In that, this is very odd. Now, I know you talked about the importance of the year 1968. Why would they launch this iconic TV show, which had one of the most famous introductions in terms of theme music in history, 1968? So are you familiar with the original TV series?
If you haven't figured it out, George, yet, you're always asking me about all these old TV shows. I didn't even watch TV in my own time growing up, so no.
Okay, fair enough. But you can do a YouTube search on the introduction to Hawaii Five-0, and you'll figure out what I'm talking about. Well, for what it's worth, the main protagonist in the TV show, Steve McGarrett, who is played by Jack Lord, who grew up Irish Roman Catholic, is an officer in the Naval Reserves. And so, that's interesting. So, do you have any comments on the fact that the original series ran from 68 to 80?
Okay.
Well, so for what it's worth, there was a reboot. Now, there were two main characters on the TV show, Steve McGarrett and Daniel Williams. In the original series, Daniel Williams was played by James McArthur. In the reboot, Daniel Williams was played by Scott Conn, the son of James Conn. Now, how does this tie into what we were talking about? Well, as I said, Scott is the son of James Conn. Between 2003 and 2008, James Conn was in a TV show called Las Vegas, in which he managed a casino in Sin City. Now, you may be saying that's a bit of a stretch. And you're talking about two different people, James, the father, and Scott, the son. But Scott, the son, plays a police officer in Hawaii. Do you see where I'm going with it?
Sure.
Okay, I'm talking about John Pelletier.
Okay.
Because Scott Pelletier, I think you've mentioned, and others have as well, was, I believe, a captain in the Las Vegas Police Department, and he was in charge of the cleanup after the Mandalay Bay ritual.
Right.
On October the 8th? I'm sorry, October 1st, 2017. And he was spirited out of Las Vegas and relocated and hired to be the chief of police in Maui.
Right, we covered this.
Even though... I'm sorry?
Yeah, we covered the connection.
Okay, so I just found this out from another source that Maui until last year had a policy that in order to be the chief of police, you had to be a resident of Maui for at least a year. They changed that rule last year, and of course, that would be a major hassle. I mean, people do that. You know, people change jobs and people relocate. I understand, but he had to sell his house in Vegas, move his family, find a house, and go find a new school. So, but they just hired him just like, what was it, 6 months, 8 months before this event? So basically, right before. So the timing seems a little suspicious to me, among other things.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, all right. I appreciate it, George. Thank you.
Okay, so, well, I guess you have other calls to get through.
It's just, George, you know, I mean, the thing is, you call in, if you want to be heard, you got to get a phone that's from the past century. It's just like, it's I can hear you tonight, but some nights are worse. I just don't know why your signal's always so bad. And it's just like, it's honestly, it's not a good, I appreciate your calls and your knowledge, but I just don't know why we can't get a call that's clear. Why does it always sound so terribly muffled? It's just, it's a bad way to start off the show, and you're the most motivated caller, always the first in line, but then you don't even have a phone that, you know, most people can understand. I can hear you, but I always look at the chat, too, and everyone's like, I can't even understand a word he's saying. It is muffled, George. I feel like people need to listen more carefully, but at the same time, it's like, get a phone that works. All right, George, have a good night. All right, let's go out to New York. What's up, New York?
Hey, what's up, Zach? You can hear me?
Loud and clear.
I'm going to talk about a couple of stories you already talked about. The first one, I want to talk about the football player. His father's house growing up in North Carolina. 3 years into the league, $3 million house.
Number
they
3.
Built the house for the father to die in it.
And the address is 292, and it blows up 292 days after the son's birthday, and exactly 201 days after Joe Biden's new policy moves introduced on February 1st for natural gas and natural gas appliances, another 201. And I've been making the point about where the Titans fit in with Hawaii, because the day of the missile scare, you had the Hawaiian quarterback Mariota playing for the Titans against the Patriots on the anniversary of the USS Boston landing on Hawaii, and then this happens right before Boston or the Patriots and the Titans play in the preseason. So,
you know, I thought about Damar Hamlin too, because Damar Hamlin in his 3rd year in the league, and he changed his number to number 3 in his 3rd season.
Right.
Damar Hamlin, right?
Yeah, and there's the history with Buffalo. Right? There's the history with Buffalo and the Titans and the Music City Miracle. Yeah, there's something there.
So it's something with the 3, and 3 is 56, right?
Yeah.
So it's something with the 3 and the 56. Because you remember I told you about Obama's father, 3 car crashes, number 3, and he was in the 56 presidential election. So there's something with that 56 and 3 too. I know you've been on the 4 and the 60, but there's something with the 3 and 56 too.
Yeah, we're always talking about the relationship with 3 and 56.
Just the 3 just be with the Jesuits, right? Because of the 56, right?
I'm surprised you don't know the relationship with 3 and 56, because I know I laid that one out like 1,000 times. If you spell out 3 as a word, it equals 56, like light, like Abrahamic. And in the 3rd verse of Genesis, which is the Abrahamic story, God makes light. So 3 light Abrahamic, all 56. There's 3 Abrahamic religions. And just those numbers always get paired together. Who was the recent rapper where 3 people got sentenced for his death, and it was on a big 56 ritual? It's just, go back and see which one that was.
It's not the XX guy, is it?
It might have been the XXX Tentacion guy. It actually might have been him. Maybe that was it.
Yeah, but think about it. 3 X's in his name too.
Exactly. Exactly.
Okay, so I just wanted to make the point about that, the Buffalo and the Tennessee connection. Next thing, ain't it funny that Giuliani, he made his name for going after the mob and all the mob with the RICO shit. Now he's not the joke. He busted on RICO now. That's a joke now, right?
Oh, what's a joke now?
Because you know Giuliani is known for taking down the mob, taking down Gotti. on the RICO and
Oh,
all
sure,
that,
sure.
that RICO stuff. So now he getting busted for the RICO now. That's the mockery of it right now.
Okay. I see, yeah.
And let me see. And one more thing was on my mind. You said the plane crashed with the Wagner boss, right? The Wagner boss, his plane crashed today, right? It's kind of funny that his plane crashed on the same day of Kobe Bryant's birthday, just like you were saying.
Yeah, I talked about that at the start of the stream. I talked about that at the start of the stream. Again, he's dead 83 days after his birthday. Like helicopter crashes 83, like the Kobe's death was synced up with the 83-year-old Pope.
So I just thought that was weird.
Yeah.
And with the Trump turning himself in tomorrow, right? What's tomorrow's the what? 25th, right?
August 24th.
August 24th.
Yeah.
He turned himself in tomorrow night, right?
Yeah.
A lot of debate is going on, right?
Remember Zenith at the Alpha used to always call in 2016, 2017, and was always tracking the Trump 218. He made a good observation that August 24th is the day in history that they removed Pluto from being a planet. And Pluto kind of reminds of the term plutocracy, and that's government by the rich. And you think about Donald Trump and really just what American politics is, it's all money. But I think there's some sort of deeper joke there with Pluto's demotion. There were 9 planets, then they went down to 8. Right now there's 8 presidents who've died in office. The next will be the 9th. But yeah, I think that's part of it with Trump. Somebody had a really good... here's another thing actually about Trump and him turning himself in on 24/8. President Donald Trump equals 248. And from when he first took office, January 20th, 2017, to turning himself in tomorrow is 2,408 days. So, a lot like 248. Go ahead.
What was the... what was you about to say, that?
No, I said it.
Okay, when was the Republican convention when Trump... Was it the 2020 or the 2016 one was in Minnesota? Which one was in Minnesota?
What
was it
about
the 2016
Minnesota?
Or the 2020? I'm talking about the first Republican debate. Was it in Minnesota in 2016 or 2020?
The first Republican debate in 2016 was in Ohio, and the first Democratic one was in Nevada. But I don't remember.
So Minnesota was 2020.
It must have been. I don't remember 2020.
I want to say something about Minnesota. I want to say something with Minnesota, because Minnesota Twins and the Minnesota Twins and the Milwaukee Brewers are playing the series while this first debate is going on. And I was thinking about Trump and Minnesota and Milwaukee and all this stuff.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. Basically, that's all I had. I really didn't have too much.
All right.
Main point was about the football playing.
Yeah, appreciate it as always. Thank you. You have a good night.
Okay.
All right, take care. Let's go out to Seattle.
Oh, what's up, man? Line unmuted. It just tells you like right away.
Yeah,
okay, man. Today's Kobe Bryant's birthday. But you know who else's birthday it is? River Phoenix.
Okay.
Remember him?
Yeah.
I'm gonna link River Phoenix to the '93 playoffs when Jordan beat Phoenix, right?
Okay.
Yeah, do you remember that? No, you don't remember. You weren't alive. So I'm gonna connect River Phoenix.
I was 10 years old in '93.
To Michael Jordan. No, you're alive. Yeah, but how old are you, man?
I turned 10 in '93. But I do remember River Phoenix. He was famous before Joaquin Phoenix.
So River Phoenix would have been 53. he would have been 53 today. He'd been 53. He died at age 23. And his birthday was on 23. And the Bulls just beat the Phoenix, right? Okay. I'm linking him to the death. And does it sound like a reach? But it's not.
I don't think it is. We know this how it works.
His brother Joaquin had just turned 19, 3 days before River died, in front of the Viper Room. And the Viper Room, the address of the Viper Room is 8852 Sunset Boulevard. If you add 8 plus 8 plus 5 plus 2, it equals 23. And the gematria of it is 53. So I just discovered this today. I just looked it up. I was like, how old would Rick? Because you said that Kobe would be 45, right?
Right.
Which links to Jordan, correct?
Right.
Yeah. So I'm like, I'm thinking that River Phoenix he was sacrificed.
He died at age 23. He died at age 23. He was born on the 23rd.
And he's from Oregon, where Nike's from, right? Right? Madras. He's from Madras, Oregon.
And again, Nike is
Joker.
The
Joker
ring of
23.
The ring of Saturn is the Nike swoosh, and Saturn's 93. Big Saturn number 93.
Huge. Yep. Joker equals 23. Okay. Right. And so his brother Joaquin, he won the Oscar for Best Picture. God, I gotta look for it, man.
Joker equals 23. Joker's a 23
45.
word.
Joaquin was 45 years old when he won the Oscar for the Joker.
Right, which was synced with Trump.
You know
and Joker and Donald both equal 23. Yeah. Joker, we've been talking about this parallel with Joker and Donald Trump for a long time now.
So it's Jordan, it's River Phoenix, it's Joaquin Phoenix. It goes deep. But I'm pretty sure that River Phoenix was killed in front of the Viper Club on Sunset Boulevard, partly for Jordan. I'm just saying. It seems like a reach, but Phoenix, they just beat Phoenix for the first three-peat. And I'm trying to find how many days before. You want to look it up. Days before Bulls. It was on 6. Okay, so there's 62. It was on 6/20 when the Bulls beat Phoenix. So we got that 6-2 number too, right? You were talking about that earlier today. Is that human sacrifice, the 62? Isn't that right?
Sacrifice is 62.
62. So that was on 6-2-0 when Bulls defeated Phoenix in Game 6. They beat them 4-2 that year. And that was the first three-peat. And then we could go on and talk about Michael Jordan's dad dying and things like that, right? But I totally think that River Phoenix was taken down for Michael Jordan partially. You know what I'm saying?
Well, we know these things are always a web. I just want to remind people of the point we've always made. Again, his death was very much connected to Johnny Depp. He died 144 days after Johnny Depp's 30th birthday.
Depp was like 112 days older than Jordan. They're the same age. Jordan and Johnny Depp, and I think they have the same. They either have the same date numerology of their birth, or they have the same gematria of their names. I looked it up. I did. I linked it to Johnny Depp as well. And they're of the same age area. I mean, I think they're together as well. You know what I mean?
Just to remind people. So Johnny Depp's birthday is June 9th. And it was the year 93. And his birthday is 6/9.
Yep.
In Gematria, Saturn is 93 forward, 69 in reverse. Saturn has a 30-year return. Johnny Depp was 30 at the time of River Phoenix's death in 93. And it was 144 days after Johnny Depp's birthday. We often talk about how big that number is with the Jesuits, but the word time is 144, and Saturn is the keeper of time. This is a time ritual.
Yep. There's more. So River Phoenix's last movie that I think he was filming it at the time of his death, it didn't come out till 19 years later. It remained unfinished for 19 years, okay? And it was called Dark Blood, okay? Can you believe that shit? 19 years later. You know who was in it? Jonathan Pryce. Who did Jonathan Pryce play? You remember?
Mm-mm.
He was one of those popes, wasn't he? He was in
Oh
that Pope movie.
yeah,
I
the
never
two
saw
popes.
it.
That's right. Jonathan Price equals
two
201. Yeah, Jonathan Price is even 201.
Exactly. 150. He equals 150 as well. Illuminati 150.
Yeah.
And the 60. So I'm like going, River Phoenix is, now I'm thinking, are the Arizona Cardinals going to get into the mix of the NFL? Because the number 53, right? We're thinking Baltimore, we're thinking the Saints. But I'm thinking, I don't know, what did the Arizona Cardinals do last year? I mean, the Cardinals on the Vatican's birthday, right? Super Bowl. I don't know. It's a reach. It's just something I'm thinking about, right? Because River Phoenix would have been 53 today. I'm just saying, on Kobe's birthday, it's a reach. I'm just saying. I looked it up. The Joker came out on 2019. Joaquin was 19. That movie didn't come out for 19 years after. We know the 19 number is the number of chaos, and that's what we're living in, right? We're living in chaos, man. Trying to sort that shit out. And you're doing a good job, man. And I'm just gonna leave it at that. But there's also the connection between Johnny Depp and Winona Ryder, who allegedly he was very jealous of, and I think that River Phoenix was going to be in a movie with Winona also. So, and Flea was at the club. River Phoenix was supposed to like jam with these guys, and then they kind of snubbed his ass. He came inside. This is the story, I guess, but he came inside, and he wasn't a big drug user, allegedly.
We got the commercial break. Hold on, save it for after the break. We'll come back after the break.
This is iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio makes you want to move. When you have a great melody, songs last forever.
Instantly connected.
I love it when the beat goes. Did you know you can listen to Truth Frequency Radio on iHeartRadio? Just download the app to your smartphone, or smart TV, and get the best of TFR wherever you are.
iHeartRadio. I'll see you there.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on, 24/7, with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
Under no circumstances should disinfectant products be administered into the human body through injection, ingestion, butt chugging, or any other route. This video is a joke. Enjoy.
We're also testing disinfectants, readily available. We've tested bleach. We've tested isopropyl alcohol. I can tell you that bleach will kill the virus in 5 minutes, and that's with no manipulation. So suppose we hit the body. I see the disinfectant. Suppose we hit the body with tremendous ultraviolet. Suppose we hit the body. I see the disinfectant. Suppose we hit the body with tremendous ultraviolet. We're leading the way in so many different ways. Supposing it brought the light inside the body in some other ways. As we continue to develop potential therapies, I see the disinfectant. I see the disinfectant. I think people are going to know. You're going to know. I'm going to know. I think people are going to know. You're going to know. I'm going to know. I think people are going to know. I see the disinfectant. This whole curse, this whole plague. And is there a way we can do something like that? Injection. Suppose we hit the body. I see the disinfectant. Suppose we hit the body with tremendous ultraviolet. Suppose we hit the body. I see the disinfectant. Suppose we hit the body with tremendous ultraviolet. As we continue our battle against the virus, the data in fact suggests that we're making great progress. A tremendous ultraviolet and the invisible enemy. And then I said, supposing you brought the light inside your body. And then I see the disinfectant ultraviolet with the skin. And it's working very well. Very big deal. We will end this plague. And then I see the disinfectant. I see the disinfectant. That's really powerful. We hit the body. I see the disinfectant. Suppose we hit the body with tremendous ultraviolet. Suppose we hit the body. I see the disinfectant. Suppose we hit the body with tremendous ultraviolet. What the fuck, brother?
You must unite as the citizens.
We are TFR, Truth Frequency Radio.
Condition orange. Condition orange. Situation Delta in effect. Please enter your agent number now, followed by the hash key.
You have to create culture. Don't watch TV. Don't read magazines. Don't even listen to NPR.
Time comes when silence is betrayal. More for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them. Think for yourself. Question authority.
This code has been compromised.
All right, we're back, True Seeker. We're taking your calls the rest of the way. There's about 6 people in line if you want to phone in. If you call in now, you'll definitely become part of the show. 213-233-3998. We're going to go back to the caller who got interrupted by the break in Seattle. Want to say thank you to 13 Serpents. They left a super chat and said, Magic, the kind with a K. Magic, you attempt to influence the flows of energy in the universe. Numbers are an enhancer with which you can strengthen and clarify your willpower, which is the bow that shoots the arrow of your spell. This is the why. Yeah, it does seem that it's absolutely something like that. You know, if the numbers agree to the words that agree with what's trying to be achieved, it seems that is why the dates are picked, and spells and spelling and the transhumanities under, as they tell. Again, a perfect example. Why is the news media using the phrase blowtorch winds to describe what happened in Maui? I don't ever remember hearing the phrase blowtorch winds before, and the phrase blowtorch equals 127. They've coded that number about 1 million different ways into the Maui ritual, but again, 127, it's like Pearl Harbor Day. December 7th, 127. It's like 9/11, the new Pearl Harbor, where buildings 1, 2, and 7 fell. And now in this ritual, all these new 127s. And the date to look out for, that's just days away, 3 days from today, this broadcast is August 26th, the day leaving 127 days left in the year. Seems that at some point, Polynesia is going to get a little bit of what Maui just got. Again, Maui's a Polynesian fire god, and The Rock announced the new Moana film where he plays Maui 127 days before Maui burned up. And his old wrestling name, Ricky Maivia, is 127, and his grandfather got him in the business, died in an Illuminati ritual on the day leaving 201 days left in the year, 41 years before this happened, like Pearl Harbor in 41, and you can just go on and on and on. But yeah, there's a reason that they stack the rituals the way they do. That Dora Milliken, whose house survived the fire from the winds of Dora, who painted power lines, her name 127. That book that just came out, Fire and Fury 127. And the list goes on. There's a lot of 127s. So thank you again, 13 Serpents and Ray Ray. I appreciate the generosity. Those are the 2 donors tonight. And I do appreciate it. Thank you. All right, let's go back out to Seattle. And he wanted to finish his thought.
Yeah, I'm not really in Seattle. I'm in Snohomish County. We'll just correct that because King County.
You got the 206 Seattle area code, not the 425. But okay, I got you.
I moved here ironically in '93, and I've had a 206 area code. Yeah, originally I was out of, and I like the 206. You know,
I get it, man. You don't even want to be associated with Seattle. Number, right? No, I get it. I get it.
26 is the God number, man, right? I don't know. Yeah, I don't want a 425 or and then they think you're from fucking Bellevue, and they're the biggest dicks of all. But anyway, yeah, I'm in Edmonds, Washington. it's in Snohomish.
Edmonds is nice.
You know,
No, I know
like
Edmonds.
Washington.
Before I moved to Bothell, I almost moved to Edmonds.
That's here, man. It's a great old town. Bunch of old fogies, and it's a good old place. No, it's good.
Yeah,
like,
Edmonds is
probably
good.
like Prosser a little bit. I'm just saying, probably a little bit like Prosser.
No, nothing at all, man. No, not even comparable. Edmonds is like Edmonds is like the big city compared to Prosser. So Seattle's like Manhattan compared.
It's in the mega zone area, the whatever they call the zone. You know what I mean? Everett down to Dam, Olympia. You know, across. It's a big fucking area of density. Anyway, I'm going to jump off and say, in regard to the 8/8, 8/9 fires in Maui, all I got to say is that, you know, that's when the freaking Manson murders went down also on 8/8 and 8/9, if we recall.
Yeah.
And what's her name? Van Houten. Van Houten just got released.
Right.
And I measured, it was 28 days. 4 weeks. Okay? 4 weeks before that shit went down. Leslie Van Houten got released after 53 years being incarcerated. 53, so 8/8. I think, you know, like we say, it's all interconnected. These guys have been doing this shit for a long time, right? They've been manipulating by the numbers ritualistically. And Manson murders, man, that was a big ritual, a massive freaking ritual. I'm just going to leave it at that, man. Michael Jordan, Kobe, River Phoenix, Joaquin Phoenix, you know, it's worthy of delving into, man. And this is my reason to live right now. I do the research. I love it. I love it, man. And I'm going to try to keep it on point anyway.
You're doing a great job.
I'll call in again.
All right. Appreciate it.
We'll see. I'll see you soon. I'll see you soon, man.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Later.
All right. Have a good one. See you. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to be getting out to some spaces in the area in the near. We're going to go down for the Seahawks game, try to wake up the football fans to what's really going on with the NFL. School's starting back up. Got to go out to University of Idaho and touch on what happened last year with the Kings Road killings and the killer being arrested in Scranton after living in apartment 201. Go engage with these college students and see what they think. Beginning of the college year is the perfect time to do it. You know, not as much schoolwork. People getting the, you know, they got the itch to learn something new. Let's go out to Philadelphia. What's up, Philly?
Hey, what's up, Zach?
Yeah, how you doing?
All right, good. I called in last week, but I guess you didn't get a chance to get to me. You were speaking on, you and Jonathan was speaking on how hip-hop could have been connected to the Maui situation, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, it was definitely connected because we took it a lot further from that. Again, just the 808 drum machine and the 808 area code made that on 88 and the Kanye West connection. And I don't know, maybe the next day I think I got up and looked and I saw the Hawaiian Sophie music video. Jay-Z gets yanked up at the 50-second mark dead on with ropes near his neck. And I was just like, oh my God, man, this is messed up.
All right. That's what I was calling. I was calling to mention the Hawaiian Sophie video, song. Jay-Z wasn't even rapping then. You know, it was jazz.
Right.
It wasn't the jazz. It wasn't the name of the jazz.
He's got a couple lines in there. He's got like a couple lines in the song, Jay-Z.
Right. So yeah, I called in to mention that Hawaiian Sophie. Also, I wanted to see if somehow or another wrestling had anything or like a connection with the Samoans and the whole bloodline storyline. Maybe that might have had some connection, or they may have a connection to the whole Maui situation.
I think it is there. There's a controversy also with The Rock playing the king and being Polynesian, and yeah, there's more to unpack with that Hawaii ritual.
Right. And I wanted to see, well, speaking of wrestling, if somehow another WrestleMania that's coming up in Philadelphia has any connection to anything between that and sports, period.
What's the upcoming wrestling event in Philadelphia?
WrestleMania.
And that's going to be at the beginning of next year?
Yes, in April.
Okay, I got to check that out. So often that is connected with football. So interesting. I saw Philadelphia Eagles tomorrow. They play the Colts on Kobe Bryant Day. And again, Colts started in Baltimore. And the Hard Knocks show this year starts with a story from the Jets coach telling about how an eagle kills a raven. So I find this interesting that on Kobe Bryant Day, the Colts, who are originally from Baltimore, play the Eagles. Because last year on Kobe Bryant Day, Len Dawson died of the Chiefs.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, so WrestleMania last year was where?
I forget. Let's see. WrestleMania 2023 was in SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles.
SoFi in Los Angeles. Okay. So that's the Rams, and the Rams didn't even make the playoffs last year.
Yeah. It seems like, what was the other wrestling event last year? You have Royal Rumble, that's the other one. Let me go back and see what the Royal Rumble was.
Mm-hmm.
The Royal Rumble was in San Antonio. I gotta go. Sometimes if it's not the actual city, it's like the people in the main event and where they represent. Seems like they always figure out a way to work in the wrestling narrative, but to go back and look. So,
and what did you get from the Hawaiian Sophie thing again?
Again, Hawaii's the 50th state. It burned up the week of hip hop's 50th birthday. Hip hop's built on the 808 drum machine out of Japan. Hawaii's the 808 area code. Kanye with his album 808s and Heartbreak put out November 08, the month that Obama became president-elect. 08, like how there's 8 big islands in Hawaii, and it's the 88, and H is the 8th letter. That's why 88 can represent hip hop. HH88. But again, Jay-Z, the self-proclaimed king of hip-hop, and then he just happens to get pretty much hung at the 50th second of the Hawaiian Sophie music video. He's connected to Kanye. So
yeah. I gotta look at that video again, because I remember when that video dropped, and yeah, I mean, Jay-Z was like nowhere near, like he was just,
he's not even famous. He's not even famous. Again, a lot of people got famous out of New York from rap before Jay-Z did. Growing up on the West Coast, I didn't hear about Jay-Z until maybe the end of 97, and then he didn't really seem like he was famous to me until maybe early 2000s. Like he was riding on the coattails of Foxy Brown when he was coming up to make a point, and Foxy Brown's, there's also a lot of names ahead of her on the leaderboard. So, yeah, Jay-Z, for Jay-Z to be the king of hip-hop, it kind of seems like a joke in light of all the other names that were there before him. So.
All right. Okay. One last thing. I haven't been keeping up with it, but I'm hearing that it could be another pandemic.
Yeah. Again, they've planned the next pandemic. They got the SPARS 2025 simulation. They're telling everybody to put their masks back on. It's crazy. We're in summer and they're telling people to put their masks back on. Here's what I know. I know that people who've gotten the jab seem to be catching the summer flu now. And, for example, let's just use my family as an example right now. This is another example. My mom, my dad, myself, none of us got the jab, but my sister did, and she's had really bad flu this summer. She's been keeping up with all of her boosters, and she's the only one who's really sick. And I know that's going on in people's workplaces where they all got it. And again, it's going to be it's going to be a second pandemic seemingly of the vaccinated. So.
Wow. Yeah. All right. So maybe I need to. I mean, I keep mine on my ear. Maybe I need to just connect it back around again. But here we go again. I mean, it's always something behind something. But yeah, all right. I'm not going. I may have some other things, but I'm not going to hold the call up.
All right, appreciate it. You have a good night.
All right, you too, man.
All right, take care. By the way, somebody asked about the shooting in Pittsburgh today. The shootout. It was in the Garfield neighborhood of Pittsburgh, and remember, Garfield was assassinated, and Garfield's name in Gematria equals 44, like shooting, like gunfire, like, again, just 44. Huge number for death. The first president to die in office was William Henry Harrison on 4/4, the anniversary of the MLK assassination. JFK was the 44th term president. Abraham's 44, like Honest Abe, and so on and so forth. Super fateful number, but Garfield was killed in 1881. Remember, President Biden and President Trump are both 81. Joe Biden supposedly got 81 million votes. Next year he's going to turn, or actually, later this year, November 20th, he'll turn 81 years old, meaning he's in his 81st year of life right now. Yeah, there's a few other things that jump out about this. Today leaves 130 days left in the year. Pittsburgh equals 130 like Washington, also like human sacrifice. And yeah, there's even a few other things really that stand out. But yeah, I just look at this as more predictive programming. It's Pittsburgh as well. Remember last year, January 28th, 2022, Joe Biden was supposed to speak in Pittsburgh about infrastructure, and the bridge collapsed on 128, and bridge collapse equals 128, and it was synced up with the synagogue shooting nearby just a block away. And you know what? Speaking of the bridge collapse and this ritual, from the bridge collapse to this is 81 weeks later. Just like how President Biden's 81. Pittsburgh Steelers is 81. Big number with that football team. Ritual's 81. Remember in Maui, the governor spoke in front of a Pittsburgh Steelers helmet, with it being unexplained how steel melted when steel melts at 2,500 degrees and forest fires burn at 1,400. So anyway, that's what I caught in the Pittsburgh. I caught this story early before a lot of the details broke, but the Garfield neighborhood was a key detail right from the beginning. And again, it's Pennsylvania. Joe Biden born in Pennsylvania in Scranton. Kobe Bryant's birthday. Kobe dead in 2020, the year that Biden gets elected. Probably not an accident. Synced up with the Pope, just like how Biden was elected the 46th president-elect 46 weeks after the Pope's birthday. Let's go out to 916. 916, you're on.
Hey, Zach.
Hello?
That's in Sacramento.
Hey, what's up, Jesse?
How you doing, bud? I'm just out here pounding paper, man. I just wanted to call in, and you've been going off with videos lately. With my business going and then coming out here to pound paper, and I've been kind of like missing out a little bit, but I'm still out here sharing what I can with Hawaii, you know, the hurricane here in California. Yeah.
Yeah, Hurricane Hilary. Yeah. Well, I appreciate it a lot, Jesse, and yeah, that's okay if you can't keep up with my videos. You're doing a great job getting the word out. And yeah, I've been covering
I catch you when I can.
Yeah, I've been trying to cover every last angle of this Maui thing, because again, it's a great reminder of what's really going on in this world, and that the people who control our government, they're turning our military tools against us for their agenda. So
I got my poster board here of all the 41s on Kobe Bryant's birthday, right?
Right.
On the 41s, I got a poster board. I got another side of my poster board. Subscribe to GematriaEffectNews 25 on YouTube for real news. Don't watch CNN, don't watch Fox, don't even watch your local news channel. For real news, go to GematriaEffectNews 25.
Awesome. I appreciate that.
So there! GematriaEffectNews 25 on YouTube. Don't watch CNN, don't watch Fox, don't even watch your local news station. Go to GematriaEffectNews 25 on YouTube.
right. Yeah, very loud, very loud. Make sure you don't scare them away. Don't be too loud. But yeah, that's.
Yeah.
I appreciate that, Jesse. Thank you.
You take care, Zach.
All right. Yeah, have a good night.
Take care, bye.
All right. Thanks, man. Okay, we got Germany on the line as well. What's up, Germany?
G'day, Zach. It's Lazarus here. How are you?
Doing well. How are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, great. Just on the Just on the Hawaiian thing, the 137 islands in Hawaii. In physics, there's a number 137. It's called the alpha, and basically that number in physics, it determines whether the light is going to be absorbed by the electron, and therefore there won't be light orbiting the nuclei in an atom. So 137 in science is quite a powerful number to do with how the universe is structured. I don't know if you're aware of that one. It's called the fine structure constant.
I'm going to see if I'm glad you reminded me of that because that had slipped out of my mind, but I do remember covering that years ago on my old site. Yeah, here's an old post from 2018. Why the number 137?
It's the 33rd prime, of course.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, of course, 33 lines up with the Illuminati, and that's the Illumini is the light, and that constant determines, and that's basically how black holes can form as well, because if the photon, the light, is absorbed, then there's no light. And also, have you noticed that the 12th prime is number 37, and then with the 12 in reverse, so 21, the 21st prime is 73.
Yes.
You got 1, 2, yeah. Yeah, and if you times them together, 37 times 73, 37 times 73, you get your number, which is 2701, so you get the 271. And I know you talked about 271 quite a bit to do with Hawaii as well.
That's a good point. Yeah.
And the other thing, back to the 137, of course, in 1307, that's it was October the 13th, it was a Friday. That's when the Templars were disbanded by the Pope Clement V, and also the King Philip IV, I think it was, the French Bourbon King. Basically, King Philip owed the Templars a lot of money, and of course, just like the mafia do, when they owe you money, they just eliminate you, and then they don't owe that debt anymore. And that's basically what King Philip. He teamed up with the Pope Clement. Clement's name was actually Gott. His real name was Roman de Gott. And he wrote out a papal bull, and that's when they eliminated the Templars back in 1307. Clement actually died on April the 20th as well, which is the 110th day of the year. And it's the first day of Taurus. And of course, that was Hitler's birthday. And I'm in Germany right now, but I'm from New Zealand. And the police number on the cars in Germany, if you want to ring the police, an emergency is 110.
Huh.
So I think it's quite unusual that that'll be the same day that Hitler died. You know.
Sure.
And they're supposed to be opposed to Hitler. Adam Weishaupt. So I know a little bit of German, but Weiss is white, and Haupt means domain. I'm in Hamburg at the moment, and the main train station is called the Hauptbahnhof, and that's the Haupt. Haupt means main. So Weishaupt means white, domain white. And he descends from a clan called the Visigoths. The Goths, and there's a branch called the Visigoths. And back in 410, I made a comment about 2 months ago, and you may have seen it. Back in 410, the Visigoths overpowered Rome. And, of course, Kobe Bryant, 41. And that happened to be on August the 24th. It's called the Sack of Rome, 410. So it's a bit strange at 410 and August the 24th. Did you see that comment?
Did I see what?
That comment where the Goths, basically, there were a branch of the Goths, and they're called the Visigoths. This is where Adam Weishaupt descends from. In 14, they overtook Rome. It's called the Sack of Rome in 14.
Okay.
And then that happened to be on August the 24th, which is, lines up with Kobe Bryant.
I see.
In fact, he's buried. Adam Weishaupt is buried in a place called Gotha, which is near Bavaria. And, of course, this is where you get the term Gotham City for Batman. The Dark Knight, of course. And also, I don't know if many people know, but the Windsors, the royal family in England, their name before they changed it was Gotha. They changed it in 1917, just at the end of World War I, because it wouldn't have been too popular to be called Gotha back then when the Germans in the war.
I see.
Yeah, so I think. Yeah, just one more thing, Zach, on that fire, the Great Fire in London. So that was in 1666, which mirrors up with 1999. That's when The Matrix was made in 1999. And just before that fire, there was a big plague in London. And so there was a big plague, and then on top of that big plague, they had that big fire. Before the plague came, they burnt a lot of witches back in 1666 to get rid of the cats. So leading up to 1666, they had witches getting burnt to the stake all over the place, which eliminated the cats, and the rats were able to run riot and spread this disease. Then they had the big fire on top of it, and in 1666 they released an act while the fire was happening and people were getting, barbecued. The Sister QB Act was passed in Parliament at the same time as it.
Unique
hold on, we went into a commercial break again.
A good life.
We'll be right back.
Constitutes a good life. Okay. How you feel about each other. I've got a good phrase for you. You can't succeed by yourself. So to have a unique, refined sense of appreciation for each other is prerequisite. It takes each other to build a society. It takes all of us to build a country, to build a nation. It takes all of us to build a community. Key phrase, you can't succeed by yourself. It takes all of us to make any one of us successful. And a unique, refined appreciation of the all of us is what makes the I of us do much better. That appreciation of society. It takes all of us to make a market. We need each other's ideas and inspiration. And once you have that sense of appreciation of the all of us, now you and your place and your possibilities and your opportunities now start to really soar when you understand how important it is within the framework of the all of us. So you can't succeed by yourself. It's hard to find a rich herb.
Extendivite, a 7-herb combination made from garlic, cayenne, hawthorn, bilberry, ginkgo biloba, valerian, and milk thistle. Extendivite feeds our body with the right nutrients to keep us healthy. Just listen to what Arthur has to say.
Just calling to tell you what a great product you have. I had used this about 10 years ago after I had congestive heart failure. And it's fixed me up and got me going for the last 10 years. Lately I've been having heart trouble again, so I placed another order because this was the only thing that ever worked. I just wanted to let you know that you have a great product.
To order, call 1-877-928-8822. That's 1-877-928-8822 or visit heartdrop.com.
Extend your life with Extendivite.
If there's something you want to achieve, you can achieve any freaking thing you want as long as you know what the goal is. That's why goal posters or goal boards or even just telling someone what your goals are, writing them down is so important, because once you can identify your goal, it makes it so much easier to work towards it. And that's something that I think our children are not being taught in the school system right now, is how to set a proper goal. It's like, hey, what do you want to achieve? Well, the teacher gave me these things I want to achieve. Okay, well, what's that going to do for you? Well, I don't know. The teacher said I had to do it. Okay, that's great, but it doesn't teach them the logical thought process or the creative thinking process to develop a goal and then reverse engineer what they need to do to accomplish that goal. And we need more of that true goal setting in our society. Otherwise, we just have a bunch of sheep who have no idea what they're doing. They're just bumbling around. Don't be a sheep, be a goat. They're more creative and adventurous anyways. Be an honorary goat.
You are now tuned into the truth frequency.
Your protection from deception. TFR.
Truth Frequency Radio.
Of it.
All right, we're back, Truth Seeker. We got interrupted by the commercial break, and let's go back out to Germany so they can finish their thought. We got several people on hold, so if you guys can be efficient with your calls, it'll help us hear a lot of voices. And Germany, you're back on.
Right, Zach. Just on that Sister Covey Act, basically the government declared everyone dead due to those big disasters, and therefore everyone's wealth was put into a trust that they accessed, and they had to prove later whether they own that property or not. But of course, without people knowing that act was initiated, no one really done that. So since then, the government, I mean, for example, if you think you own your car or your house right now, you don't. You actually only have a right of use of that property. It's something to look into. You probably have to look deeper into than just this call on this line. But it's accumulation of 3 other papal bulls that initially started in 1302 by Pope Boniface VIII, where he declared by divine right he's the Pope, and by that right given by law by the God, he owns the world and everything in it. That was a divine 1302. If you ever want to check it out, Unum Sanctum, I think you know about it, and it was created back November the 18th, I think, the 22nd day of the year. But I'll leave you with that, Zach, because I think you've got a lot of calls waiting. And thank you for taking my call. And it's great listening to your show, mate. It's 4:30 in the morning here. I always get up early on Wednesday or Thursday morning to you just to hear your show before I go to my courses later.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that, and very good call again. You have a great rest of your day, friend. Thank you.
Yeah, great. See you, Zach. Bye.
Take care. All right, let's go out to 619. 619, you're on.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, Zach.
Yes.
How are you? This is my first time calling in. I've been following your work since maybe late 2016. And, I appreciate everything you've done, man. You're very knowledgeable, very wise on everything you touch and everything you say. You got a huge following.
Well, hold on. I just got to pause. I appreciate the compliment, but I'm not always wise. I'm definitely, I think about, I don't really regret anything that I've done because I've always been real sincere. But, the trolls out there, they love to sit and screen record everything, and then they'll put together the compilation videos of like all my rants and just make it look like I'm this just like the worse than Hitler. So, in reality, you got to be aware of those things in the internet age that people can just chop up your video and try to paint a different picture. So maybe some things I said in the middle of a rant maybe weren't exactly right. But anyway, I appreciate the compliment.
Yeah, no, for sure. You're way beyond your years. And, quite frankly, people out here in California got love for you, man.
Well, I appreciate that.
Me being born and raised in San Diego, I'm telling you, I've been following your work a couple of months after Cleveland came back 3-1 when they were down 3-1.
2016.
And then you called that next finals when Warriors won 4-1. I believe that was in 2017. So I've been following your works about a good 6-7 years. And quite frankly, there's a lot of people that try to bite your style. But, we know who the authentic ones are and who aren't. And, my birthday is tomorrow, and you're very good with numbers. I don't know too much on the whole getting on the geometry calculator and doing it that kind of aspect. But, you know, quite frankly, I've always saw what this world is behind closed doors and how they operate and deceive the masses, and through movies, predictive programming. When I was 15, 16 years old, I wanted to be an actor, and I went through schools, and everything always hit a wall for me. And I remember when I was younger, 16, 17 years old, I would pray to the man upstairs, my creator, all glory and power be to him, all glory and power be to him every day. You know, everything he's done, everything he's provided for me, everything, you know, you grow, and we're all under a learning tree. That's how we grow as human beings. And everything always hit a glitch when I would go to these auditions or this and that. But there's a reason why, maybe, you know, maybe that path wasn't for me, because the industry is very evil. And I probably would have not known that when I was younger, until we get older and see what this world is. Like, look how everything, you know, they run off the number 6. Everything is off logos and symbols. Look at the Disney logo. It has 666 on it. Look at Jamba Juice. It has 666 on it. And everything is in cursive. You talk about the Knights Templar. That's why I'm telling you, you're way beyond the earth, because you are very knowledgeable to know what you're saying. The Oreo cookie that we've grown up eating. Look at the logo that it has that's on the Oreo cookie. If someone really pays attention to it, it's the logo of a Knights Templar. You know, it's sickening and wicked what they've done to us since birth and what they get away. Look at our flag, Zach. Those are not stars. Those are all pentagrams. You know, those are all pentagrams. I truly believe with all my heart that America, not only America, this world, they worship the Baphomet. Look at the back of our dollars, our dollar bill, our $20, $50, $100. It says, "In God we trust." What God do you think what they're talking about? They're not talking about the man upstairs, our creator. They try to play the creator by deceiving and manipulating the masses. I truly believe that the killing is a sport of the elite, because they sacrifice every single day. And to make it in the industry, you have to sacrifice your loved ones, or you have to do homosexual acts behind closed doors. You know, and it's very wicked. Look at the movies that we've grown up to see. Look at the Truman movie. That movie, what came out in '99, I believe, if I'm mistaken or not. In the diner scene, it said on the clock it's 9/11. You know, like, everything they do is predictive programming. You know, the back of our dollar bills, they're not talking about our creator and God. They're talking about Lucifer. Because I believe that the people that are running this world are Lucifer's children. You know, GOD, it means gold, oil, and drugs. And I remember you did that Kobe video. It got a lot of views. And there was a caller. There was a caller that called you. And I believe the young gentleman was from Nigeria or something like that. And he told you on that call, he told you that if you were open to church, we would follow you, Zach, because you know what you're talking about. I go to church, right? I don't go as much as I used to. You know, I'll go there to sit in silence and prayer. I'm not going to sit there and listen to a priest that they don't talk about what's really going on in reality. they'll talk about the same thing over and over again. I'm not trying to knock them, you know, or this and that. I'm just telling you how I really feel, you know. But if you were to open a church, we would follow you, bro, because you know what you're talking about. And I just wanted to make this call, man. It's my first time calling in. I've been following you in like 6-7 years, and we got love out here for you, man. I don't know if you've ever been to San Diego or not, but much love, man, with open arms, bro. Keep doing what you're doing, man. You got a very, very a great future ahead of you. Very knowledgeable on a lot of things, man. And I just really had to call in and tell you that, man.
Well, I appreciate the support and the ideas, and when I do make it back down to Southern California, I would like to make it down to San Diego. I stopped in Los Angeles last time, but I haven't been to San Diego, so yeah, I'm going to put that on the itinerary. I appreciate the call. Thank you for reaching out tonight.
Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Take care, bro. Thank you.
You too. Have a good night.
Okay. All right. Bye-bye.
Other people have suggested in the past that we should start a church of Gematria. They can get away all the tax responsibilities if we raise funds and whatnot. Might be a way to play the game, but yeah, it's just like the last thing I want to do is turn it actually into a religion. I mean, I would like to help some people get better with their Gematria decodes and the way they do it, but a school of Gematria might be more like it. Let's go out to Philadelphia, 610.
Yo, Zach, what's up, man?
Yeah, what's up?
This is Keith from Philly, by the way, Sarasota. Tell Jeff Young that I'm down in Sarasota if he ever comes down here.
Okay.
So I got an idea. Type this in. Dolores E as in Edgar Jordan. This is MJ's sister, right?
Dolores Jordan?
She's got a hell. Yeah, E Jordan though. Not his mom, it's the older sister. So she's got like crazy like rape stories about his dad, like all kinds of crazy shit. But it seems like her relationship, you know, she's still got a line to him, but they don't get along very well. But dude, this is it. You can get a hold of this lady.
We can get a hold of Dolores E. Jordan?
I bet you could. She's like a, you know, author. But if you do get, she loves Jesus, so just let her love Jesus.
Okay.
But you could show you could show her some shit like with MJ, Steph Curry, and the 678. Like I think like she's a sharp lady. She's educated, you know. She'd understand all that. Might scare the shit out of her. Like probably got to talk beforehand and like show her what it is. Maybe actually check her numbers out before you call her. But I think she's got an email somewhere when I was looking. But that could be a line to him. If there was ever a chance, that'd be it.
She's got an official website. Let's see, contact. Yeah, she does have a way to contact her. I'll have to reach out. Hey, if other people want to see if we can get Jordan's sister to talk Gematria with us, if she knows anything. Yeah.
And all the stuff, I guess, with her father happened when MJ was like little. He was young.
Okay. I'll send her a message though.
Yeah, you were the one that you were the one that was talking about the 138 song, right?
The 138 Misfits song?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
what are you talking
about? I looked a little bit further into that, right? The guy who wrote it was Danzig. Do you remember Danzig? Like a crazy rock and roll dude, like when we were little?
Yeah.
All right.
He's the Misfits singer, isn't that the name of the Misfits singer?
Right. So if you go to his Wikipedia page or whatever, it shows who his influences are and shit. And one of them is Charles Le Baudelaire, and he's like a translator, all this shit.
But if you go to his page, it shows you this piece of artwork. You gotta check it out. And one other thing, type in Phoenix and then 1901. It's like a French alternative rock band. And everything goes back to fucking, even Danzig, the guy who, Le Baudelaire, I think he was French too. But click on that album, that Phoenix 1901.
Okay.
There's a reference in here. I think this plays with the 138. I think they're talking about the same shit. There's a reference in there, and it's a number of years. Maybe in the second verse, go down and it says like 1855.
Uh-huh.
But the difference in those years is 46. I wanted you to see that verse, see if that meant anything to you. And
well, Phoenix equals 46. Phoenix equals 46. So. Right.
So this event that happens every 138 years, or along that line, that song is about. It's like about, are you really human? Are you really AI? And then if you go over to Le Baudelaire's artwork, it's like a phoenix or some kind of serpent in the air with a coin over his face, and all his poetry is about how man doesn't know what the fuck's going on because he's blinded by all this material stuff. So dude's influenced by the guy who's doing this artwork. And then if you go into the Phoenix 1901, this is another set of characters. Type in Cassius, like Cassius Clay, but specify that you're looking for the musicians.
Cassius Clay, the musician?
No, not. I was just telling you how to spell Cassius. Just Cassius, and then specify that you're looking for the musician.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So
Cassius Band.
These two hand jobs are in Phoenix, and they did the 1901 album. And the one dude's dead. I think he might be dead at 46, but it was kind of recent, like maybe 2019. But he wrote that, or produced that Phoenix 1901 album.
I see. Interesting.
You know what I'm saying? I think he died in 2019.
He died on the real King James's birthday.
Of course he fucking did.
Yeah, I'll have to look into it. That's interesting.
Yeah, man, there's a lot of wild shit. I know there's one dude that calls in like regularly, and he's not a fan of that Archaics dude. And he says like he's a shill. I just want to. Like, the work is the work. You know what I mean? Like, if the shit keeps all leading back to the same thing, like 1901, 1902, that 138-year cycle, it would be 2040.
Okay.
And Danzig, right? Another fucking military kid.
Well, hold on. Let's just use the year 1901 in the song, because 138 years later is 1939, and 1939 also fits in with the cycles of 19 years, like we always talk about, because 2020 was COVID-19, 2001 was 19 hijackers. So, okay.
Right, exactly. So, as far as I was concerned, you can flip that coin any way you want. It's close. It's close enough to pay attention to. And it keeps coming back over and over again.
Okay.
And then those two guys, they're from France too. The Cassius, that duo that produced that album.
Yeah, I see that. Interesting.
Yeah, I think that was it, man.
Okay. Appreciate the observations. Interesting. Thank you.
Oh, wait. One other thing. Check out Eric P. Dollard. This dude's still alive. And swing that over to Jeff Young, too. I think he'd dig a lot of that shit.
Eric P. Dollard?
Eric P. as in pony. Dollard. Like dollar with a D.
Dollard, I see.
But this is like the closest that you're going to get to like a real life still living fucking Tesla. He's had like government come down and rip down his $2.5 million facility. Like, they're going after this dude. But he got a lot of work out there with like frequency and resonance. A lot of the shit that you and Jeff used to talk about is in that. It's pretty wild.
Okay. A Common Language
All right,
for
I like
Electrical Engineering is his book. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
But that guy's still alive. He's the one that worked at RCA during that crazy planetary alignment from 79 to 80, 81. And he was the one that was studying the sun. And he's the one that says that like the light years are bullshit, everything's local. Says the sun is it's hollow. And the sunspots, like you're able to see inside of it. But he was the one studying the alignment for 3 or 4 straight years when it was happening. But he would be a good person to talk to while he's still alive anyway.
Okay. All right. Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah. Have a good night.
Later.
Okay. 416. 416.
Hey there, Zach. Thanks for taking my call, bud. I'm unsure if you're familiar with the death of an Italian singer recently. His name is Toto Codugno. Very massive cultural figure in Italy. He recently passed on the 22nd. His death, he was in hospital. He was 80 years old, and obviously when he's told 80, you get the number 38. Now, the number is going to appear a lot in his life. He also dies 119 days after the birthday of the president of Italy, Giorgia Meloni. 119 also equals Vatican. Toto, his name, T-O-T-O, is also equals 38. Now, the big thing is that in many of the news articles, including the CNN website, they reference he won in 1990 the Eurovision Song Contest. Now, the song that he wrote, it's an Italian song called Insieme, I-N-S-I-E-M-E. That also equals 38, okay? Now, that song, funny enough, he won. It's about the unification of Europe, the European Union, making Europe borderless. He references in the song, amore con senza confine, which is love without borders. So obviously this is someone who was used to kind of create this one world government, and now unfortunately died by the numbers, obviously 119 days after, Giorgia Meloni's birthday, and having 38s all over it. His biggest song also is L'Italiano, which is released in 1983, and again, 83, 38 obviously is a reference there.
I see.
I'm not quite sure if you're, yeah.
Okay. Those are great observations you have, so I see what the ritualism of it is. Okay.
It's seeing, again, it's international in scope, but obviously these decodes and a lot of, unfortunately, murder by numbers is not relegated to just North America or America. Right. These are happening internationally, and it's one of those things where if a lot of your reach is now international, a lot of people, hopefully are inspired to look at this and look at the deaths and kind of seeing that, yes, of course,
sure,
these individuals are dying by the numbers all over the world.
You're right. We've always been making that point in how English is the language of the world and seemingly the language referenced in the Georgia Guidestones. Just case in point, he died 46 days after his July 7th birthday. Again, Sacrifice 46, Genesis 46. They're referencing how his big songs from 83. That's got to be in the death story, and then everything else that the caller just said. So, familiar patterns. And August 22nd as well. August 22nd is 22/8, like 228. Death is 228 in Sumerian Gematria, so.
Oh my gosh. Well, there you go. Well, again, it's unfortunate. Again, he's a massive cultural figure in Italy. I mean, people were asking me, how big is he? And I said he's bigger than Elton John, bigger than Bruce Springsteen. I don't want to say Elvis or the Beatles, but he's right underneath that. I mean, his songs quite literally are anthems in Italy, especially the 83 hit L'Italiano is such a big cultural song for Italian Canadians and Italian Americans. So again, when these massive deaths do happen in the culture, obviously I run to the calculator and kind of see how it works. And your community, by the way, online, GematriaEffectNews in the community did help me a lot with it as well. I want to shout out to a few of them as well. They did a great job.
Very cool. I'm glad to hear that. And yeah, thank you for calling in and sharing this. I'm definitely out of touch with Italian culture, but yeah, everything you said made perfect sense. So,
my pleasure. Well, thank you.
All right, thank you. You have a good night. All right. Yeah, just familiar patterns. Again, Sumerian Gematria 228, death number, 46 days after the birthday. And then everything he said about, again, the European Union, he brought up how that fits in. The European Union's 201. Let's go out to 408. 408, you're on.
All right. Is that, how close are we to the commercial break?
Oh, shoot, you're right. We are right up on the commercial break. You got anything real quick before it goes on?
I'll start off and then I'll continue when we get back. It's about the explosion in North Carolina yesterday, and there's a lot of connections with something that I've talked about before, the gas pipeline explosion in San Bruno, California, where YouTube headquarters are, just a few minutes south of San Francisco. But just some connections that I noticed, they both San Bruno, CA, and Mooresville, NC, both equal 162 and 63. It said the explosion was next to Lake Norman. San Bruno equals 104. It's like Lake Norman.
All right, hold it right there for the rest of it when we get back. Right. Yeah, quick break.
What's in the position, y'all? Swing it while I'm swinging. Give him.
This is iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio makes you want to move. When you have a great melody, song blast right.
Instantly connected.
I love it when the beat goes.
Did you know you can listen to Truth Frequency Radio on iHeartRadio? Just download the app to your smartphone, or smart TV, and get the best of TFR wherever you are.
Radio.
I'll see you there.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on, 24/7, with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes app.
Why not visit the border? Why not see what Americans are seeing?
I think that at some point she may go to the border. We'll see, but we'll circle back.
You have a message for would-be migrants. Don't come.
Do not come.
Put it in reverse.
Do not come. She may go to the border. I will have to circle back on that one. Do not come. Do not come. I expect at some time she may go to the border. We'll circle back.
You have to understand that there's a reason people are arriving at our border.
So how quickly does this change what we see at the border?
I don't understand the point that you're making. There's not going to be a quick fix. So I have to be very clear from the beginning.
What her focus has been, what the assignment is to work with leaders. She's doing exactly what the president asked her to do.
It is insulting. It is embarrassing.
You have a message for would-be migrants. Don't come.
Do not come.
Put it in reverse.
Do not come.
She may go to the border. I will have to circle back on that one.
Do not come. Do not come.
I expect at some time she may go to the border. We'll circle back.
The reason that I'm in Guatemala is to address the reasons people leave home, flee. They want to stay. They don't want to leave. We are going to the border. We've been to the border. This whole thing about the border.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe.
What her focus has been, what the assignment is to work with leaders. She's doing exactly what the president asked her to do.
It is insulting. It is embarrassing.
You have a message for would-be migrants. Don't come.
Do not come.
Put it in reverse.
Do not come.
She may go to the border. I will have to circle back on that one.
Do not come. Do not come.
I expect at some time she may go to the border. We'll circle back.
I think we should tell the people that live at the southern border, I guess they better arm up and get guns and be ready. Maybe they're going to have to start taking matters into their own hands. It is bad all around.
Don't come.
Do not come.
Put it in reverse.
Do not come.
She may go to the border. I will have to circle back on that one. Do not come. Do not come. I expect at some time she may go.
Wherever you are, make it see. Frequency Radio.
Condition orange. Condition orange. Situation Delta in effect. Please enter your agent number now, followed by the hash key.
You have to create culture. Don't watch TV. Don't read magazines. Don't even listen to NPR.
Time comes when silence is betraying.
More for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them. Think for yourself. Question authority.
This code has been compromised.
All right, we're back. Truth Seeker. Evan's on the line. He's doing a better job keeping track of the commercials than I am. What's up, Evan?
All right, I'm back. So I wanted to talk about the similarities between the Mooresville house explosion yesterday and the 2010 San Bruno pipeline explosion. Because when I saw the news yesterday, I thought back to when I was 13 years old, and that I grew up not that far away from San Bruno, so it felt like the same thing. And I've talked about the pipeline explosion before and how that was synced up with that year's World Series. But in this call here, I'm just going to talk about the similarities between that pipeline explosion and the one yesterday. So I said before the commercial break, San Bruno, CA, and Mooresville, NC, both equal 162 and 63. They said the houses next to Lake Norman, San Bruno, and Lake Norman equal 104. This was also on, yesterday was the day leaving 131 days left in the year, which is the 32nd prime. And San Bruno equals 32. Of course, there's 32 sun rays on the Jesuit logo. And like I said, just before the commercial break, YouTube headquarters is in San Bruno. San Bruno also equals 112, like the Jesuits operate in 112 countries. So not much of a shock that YouTube chose San Bruno for their headquarters. They also said yesterday that there was 1 dead and 1 injured in the explosion. In the San Bruno explosion, it was 11 minutes after the hour, and it caused a 1.1 magnitude earthquake. And in 2010, it was the explosion was 53 days before the final game of the World Series, and the pipeline in San Bruno is owned by or maintained by PG&E, and PG&E equals 53. And yesterday, I should say, was on 53 date numerology. Also had 73 date numerology, and it could be, depending on, we don't know when the World Series is going to end, but it could be a span of 73 days before the final game of the World Series. And I did a live stream on it last night if you want to check that out later. But this might be unrelated, but I've talked about before how the World Series is connected to the inaugural Major League Cricket season, which just started in the U.S. this year. And of course, cricket and baseball are similar sports. And the Major League Cricket season was only played in 2 cities this year. One city in Texas, and then another was in North Carolina. And the city in North Carolina was Morrisville, not to be confused with Mooresville, where the explosion was. So there's 2 similarly sounding names. city names, and Morrisville happens to equal Mooresville in 3 out of the 4 ciphers. I'm gonna have to look more into that, but again, it's just these explosions. I mean, I don't know how they do it. They must do something underground, and I guess maybe they have a bomb and somehow, or I don't know, but they somehow they're able to make these pipelines explode and damage all these houses.
Or it's that directed energy weapon thing, technology. So
Yeah, I'm not sure if we'll ever know, but it definitely connects to the sports, and they love syncing up the news and the sports as you've shown us throughout the years.
Yeah, again, I'll remind people, the explosion yesterday was 201 days after Joe Biden and the administration on February 1st announced they essentially put out their agenda for curbing natural gas use. So this was blamed on a natural gas explosion 201 days later. And this happened to a member of the Tennessee Titans. Interestingly enough, it was 81 days after the state of Tennessee's birthday, when natural gas's explosion equals 81, just like ritual, just like President Biden, who's got the administration targeting natural gas.
And then the other thing that I noticed is, I forget what the 35 connection is with Biden, but Mooresville is on the 35th parallel.
That's the other big piece of this. The player whose father died yesterday in the explosion, his mother died 293 weeks earlier. His father died on his 293rd day of his age. 293 is the 62nd prime. Mooresville equals 62, like sacrifice. And it was the Queen City News covering this. Of course, 62 is a big number with the Queen. And last year, the NFL season did begin with the Queen, and the Queen City Buffalo won, and there's history with Buffalo and the Tennessee Titans through the Music City Miracle, and Buffalo winning their first playoff game in forever, doing it against Tennessee on the anniversary of that game. And again, just like what I brought up with, the Titans being part of the ritual with Hawaii scare a few years back when Marcus Mariota out of Hawaii was the quarterback. It was a Patriots-Titans game the day of the Missile Square on the anniversary of the USS Boston landing on Hawaii. And now this happens to a Titans player's father right before the Titans play the Patriots in the preseason. So, again, Patriot missiles, Titan missiles, big explosions. Oh, the word explode is also 81. I forgot that one on the list. Explodes 81 to go with the rest of the 81s, 81 days after Tennessee's birthday. So Biden.
Right, and you said Mooresville equals 62, and Mooresville, North Carolina equals 293.
To perfectly connect with that 293, good one.
All right, that's all I got. Thanks again.
All right, appreciate it, man. Okie dokie. Let's go out to Gabe. What's up, Gabe in San Francisco?
Zach, how you doing?
It was a beautiful day in the MLB, it looks like. How'd you do?
I didn't do too well.
Uh-oh.
I just had one pick and I failed miserably, but last few days has been pretty awesome.
Yeah, it has been good.
I wanted to talk to you about...
I'm sorry to hear you didn't have a good day. The way I was looking at the games, things went as expected, but go ahead.
Yeah, so just a few things. There's an earthquake today in Argentina, 266 days from the Pope's last birthday, 6.2. On August 21st, Hurricane Hilary made landfall in California, and the San Diego Padres were hosting the Marlins. The Marlins pitcher last name is Weathers. The Padres pitcher name is Wacha. Eli Wacha. So I heard you speak of that. It's been 84 years since California got hit from a hurricane like that.
That's what they reported.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, that's what they reported. First storm of its kind in 84 years.
Yeah, so the Padres pitcher picked up his 84th win and stayed on 52 losses, 52 days from his last birthday.
The Padres looked golden today because the other team got their 63rd loss and Padres equals 63, and they got their 36th road loss and Padres is also 36, and that 63 plays hard with the Padres. Padres look golden today.
I didn't check them out today, but I just seen them on August 21st. And you know how you always mention that the sports are rigged with what's going on in the world. I just want to bring this to light, how sick of a ritual this is, and satanic, of course. Why satanic? Because the Padres went 60 and 66, so they stayed on 66 losses, 66 days to Hillary Clinton's next birthday, and the Padres manager Bob Melvin stayed on 1,411 losses in his career. Well, 411 is Anton LaVey's birthday. And his last birthday was 132 days from that day, on the 132 days left in the year. So, I don't know how it's done, but I've seen that the Padres stayed on 4,666 losses since the Church of Satan was established, to go with that 60 win and 66 losses.
I see.
Yeah, it's just pretty sick and sadistic of how this is done. The guy that they're playing against, his name is Weathers, so it's complete mockery.
Yeah, the Weathers, on the day, exactly. It was like the Harvey thing after Harvey, right?
Yeah, it's complete mockery to all listeners. They're making a mock out of you if you're loving these sport teams, and just every day it's a ritual. One thing is bigger than the other, though. It's like this hurricane ritual, hurricane and satanic.
Right.
Yeah, that's really all I wanted to touch on. There's a few other things, but my mind's just pretty much on this game here that happened on the 21st. So that's it, Zach.
All right. Appreciate it. Great observations. Thank you.
All right.
Take care. All right, let's go on to Arkansas.
Oh. Hey, what's up, man?
How you doing?
Hey, I'm good. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing all right.
I was just curious if all these wrestlers, did you hear about the new wrestler, did you see about his death tonight?
Your phone's a little bit unclear. Say that again, please.
Okay. All right. Did you hear about the wrestler, legendary Terry Funk? He passed away tonight at 79.
Yeah, somebody brought it up in a stream we did earlier. I didn't look a whole lot into it, but go ahead.
Well, I looked up on Google when he first passed away. Google said he died of suicide, but now Google changed the way his death. He's not suicide. He's like something like, let me see if I can do a screenshot. He's a dissociative identity disorder. So they kind of changed his cause of death.
Okay.
I was just wondering if there was anything with that, because first it was like suicide, and now they changed his cause of death.
Yeah, now they just have that he died on August 23rd, 2023.
Yeah, so I was just wondering, all these wrestlers, saying something with that,
Sure. I need to look more into his death, but he's dead at age 79, murder 79, like Society of Jesus. I'm sure some people pass organically at age 79, but in this case, he died 54 days after his birthday as well, and Jesuit orders 54, so
54, yeah.
Makes you wonder.
Big numbers of the Jesuits, 79 and 54. So, but I just thought it's weird that all these wrestlers are dying, and they say suicide, it's weird.
Yeah, we've seen some strange stuff.
But man, if you can look into it, I appreciate it, man. Keep what you're doing.
All right. Thank you. You have a good night.
You too. Have a good one, man.
Yeah, take care. Let's go out to New York, 585.
Hey, Zach, how's it going? It's Mike.
What's up, Michael?
Not much. Hey, I was calling in because I didn't know if you knew this or not. But you know, the preseason, the last week of the preseason's this week. And, you know how we were talking about Kobe and tomorrow's Kobe Bryant Day? And, I didn't know if you knew, but tomorrow the Eagles are playing tomorrow. I didn't know if you knew that.
They're playing the Colts from Baltimore.
Yep. I did. I was just wondering maybe if there's a connection here. You know, Kobe Bryant Day. You know, Kobe was the Eagles fan too, so I didn't know.
Right. Last year, Len Dawson died on Kobe Bryant Day, and again, the HBO new Hard Knocks show. It begins with the coach of the Jets talking about how an eagle kills a raven or a crow. So it's interesting how the Eagles and the Colts, who are from Baltimore, where the Ravens now are playing on Kobe Bryant Day.
Yeah, I found that really pretty strange. That's why I'd seen that. I was like, man, that's very strange. The Eagles playing on Kobe Bryant Day, and Kobe's the Eagles fan, and there's just all kinds of symbolism there.
Indeed.
But yeah, that's pretty much all I had. That's why I was calling in.
All right. Appreciate it, Michael.
Thank you, Zach. Have a good night.
Yeah, you too. All right. Another New York caller, 646.
Hi, Zach. New York City calling in. How are you tonight?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. So I remember you did a stream about that red roof in Maui that magically somehow didn't burn down.
Dora, the paint line. Dora's the homeowner, and she paints power lines.
Yeah, so I had to do some digging because her last name sounded very familiar to me. So I was like digging around on the internet, and you're not going to believe this shit. Excuse my language, right? But Dora, her last name is Millikin. Millikin. Now, there was an actual American physicist named Robert Andrews Millikan. Millikan, right? And he was born March 22nd, 1868, and he died on December 19, 1953. And his expertise was the measurement of the elementary electric charge, and he's known particularly for his work on the photoelectric effect. And I'm like, wait a second, because I remember you said like this Dora chick, she was painting like power lines or some shit, and you were like, how the hell are you making all this money to afford a house in Maui, like painting power lines? So I was like, they just like literally throwing it in our face, like at this point.
Indeed.
Yeah, I see you have it up. Like, he was like a physicist in his. I'm sorry.
He also is connected to the University of Chicago, which goes with the whole. Again, we talked about where Obama fits in, Kanye West, even the other Chicago rapper Lupe Fiasco. So
it's wild because I was like Millikin, and I'm reading your screen. In 1914, he took up with similar skill, experimental, blah, 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 equation introduced by Albert Einstein. So, yeah, there's that Albert Einstein connect because in the Oppenheimer movie, like, Oppenheimer did know Albert Einstein. Like, they met in the movie, and I'm assuming in real life as well. And then one more thing. So, and I know you covered this when this happened, there was a similar fire to Maui a couple of years ago in Boulder, Colorado. And it was the same thing, like Pompeii ash all over the place, trees that were magically not burned down in this wildfire. And I think it happened in 2021, towards the end of 2021, like in these, like, I think it was like literally the year before New Year's Eve, December 30th. And it happened in Colorado, but they call it the Marshall Fire, right? So Marshall actually ties in with everything that's going on with Maui, Hawaii, World War II, because the Marshall Islands is where the Bikini Atoll is, and that's where they detonated the first, where America detonated the first atomic bomb, called Castle Bravo.
Okay.
And that's, I see your screen, yep. And then another thing, my last point is, if you look at the flag of, there's a couple more things. So if you look at the flag of the not Marshall Islands, of Bikini Atoll, it's made of 23 stars, I kid you not. And the stars in the blue part, it looks like the American flag, but the stars in the blue part kind of looks like the letter H in a way. And it does tie into the number 46, because I was reading on Wiki that before it was called Bikini Atoll, it was called Eschscholtz Atoll, I think after a German, I think something with Germany. It was called Eschscholtz Atoll. And let me see, and I'm just reading on Bikini Atoll's wiki. All 167 of the atoll's inhabitants were forcibly relocated in 1946. So that probably ties into the 46 ritual going on with Biden and all this nuclear imagery. It all ties in. It's kind of scary, actually. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say. I'll let all the callers go on, but yeah, that Milliken, that's like pure mockery. And then the Marshall Islands connect, that's kind of frightening. So, and I hope, I'm just putting it out there, I hope there's no more Maui or Marshall Islands situations, because it seems like that's the new nuclear warfare in a way, but it's not nuclear, it's like they're using the laser with all this coding going on. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, great observations. As always, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Zach. No, thank you for all you do.
Well, you're welcome. And
take care.
Yeah, you
Bye-bye.
too. You have a good night. Something interesting about that man's name, Robert Andrews Milliken, it has the gematria of 99, like directed energy weapon, like how this whole thing happened on The Rock's 99th day of his age, who's super connected because he plays the fire god Maui in the Disney series. But Robert Andrews Milliken with that 99 connection. And again, the 322 birthday, that one also jumps out. Let's go out to Illinois, 708.
Hey.
Hey.
Zachary.
Hello.
Hey, this is Brian from Chicago. I first off would just like to, I want to make this quick, but first off, I would like to thank you for enlightening me on gematria. You are the reason why I've gotten so into this lately, and I follow this. I see through the rituals now, thanks to you. Thank you a tons, man. You are the man. Well, first off, don't mean to be weird, but first off, I just wanted to start off by saying that. Today's date numerology, I'm not sure if you're aware, there's a 56 in there, and there's a whole lot of 56 ritualism all throughout the day. For example, Floyd Patterson's Field was announced that they would turn it into an asylum, and Floyd Patterson equals 56 in gematria. I'm not sure if you've heard, but recently, the Taiwan Strait, a body of water that connects South Asia to East Asia, it was actually a submarine crash, a Chinese nuclear submarine. C equals 56. It's, so C plus, sorry, I'm just like nervous. I'm like stuttering or something.
That's okay.
Sorry about that, but.
Hey, just as you bring that up, though, with your submarine point, I just want something I meant to bring up is we just had this Titans football player's father's house explode, and not that long ago we were hearing all about the Titans submersible on the way to the Titanic. I just noticed those incidents were 64 days apart. Again, like the 64 spaces on the chessboard, and then just it's like almost like an act of warfare, nuclear submarines, Hawaii, a military base that has the history with the missile scare on a day of a Titans game, which had the Hawaiian quarterback Marcus Mariota. There's some big puzzle unfolding here, but go ahead.
Oh, wow, really? I didn't know that. Thank you for that information, too. But also, it was announced that a teacher got caught drunk on the job, a third-grade teacher at, I believe it's called Perkins Treon Intermediate School. Drunk teacher in Gematria equals 56. It was also...
Oh, hold on. We got a commercial break. It snuck up. Sit tight. We'll come back after the break.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. All right, quick break, you guys.
Are you committed? Because without commitment, nothing happens. You have to be committed through the storm and the rain and the heartache and the pain and the disappointment, or you're not gonna make it. It's a commitment. It's not a feeling. While they was golfing, I was studying. While they was shooting hoops, I was studying. While they was playing games and sitting up and eating and joking in the restaurant, I was studying. You can't get out of something that you're not willing to put into it. You have to put your everything, your mind, your energy, your effort, your discipline, your tenacity. Nothing is going to jump out the fire. If you don't throw something in there, it's not going to happen. But if we fight every day, one of them
It's amazing how people have been raving about iAlife all over Facebook. They've been posting their testimonials just because they want to get the word out because it's worked so well for them. If you're not familiar with iAlife, it's a 99% pure CBD oil, but the secret is the synergy between the hemp and the ayahuasca vine, the non-psychoactive component of the ayahuasca tea. We recently received an email from a wife whose husband has Parkinson's. For the first time, he's been able to sleep through the entire night. Another customer reported that they're no longer using NSAIDs because their tennis elbow has been relieved with iAlife. The reports have been phenomenal and much more than we ever expected. Everyone should have access to this. That's why if you head on over to ialife.com right now and use coupon code TFR, we'll give you $5 towards your order. And we'll even ship it worldwide. That's ialife.com, AYA life.com.
Hey everyone, it's Mark Sargent from Strange World, broadcasting live every Tuesday evening, 10 to 12 Eastern, 7 to 9 Pacific, right here on Truth Frequency Radio. Strange World covers a wide range of topics, from enclosed world theory to lunar waves to the end of the world in film. It's basically doomsday with a silver lining. With the audience as my co-host, we take an optimistic approach to all things conspiracy and promote confidence, hope, and humor whenever possible. If there's a topic you want us to cover or a guest you would like to see interviewed, please email me at msargent23@comcast.net. So please join me And tell your friends about Truth Frequency Radio, the leader in real radio programming, bringing you quality, cutting-edge broadcasts from around the world.
No hate, no hype, no fear. We are TFR, your protection from deception.
All right, we're back, True Seeker. We got 30 minutes of show left. We're taking your calls the rest of the way. And the caller from 708 just got interrupted. You're back on. 708?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, also I wanted to add about the Chinese submarine that supposedly crashed in the body of water called the Taiwan Strait. Taiwan Strait equals 88 in Gematria. Just like Masonic ritual, it's like, you know, right in our faces, you know. And then also it announced that there's a rise in hospital admissions in New York, which of course is the 11th state, and we all know that 31 is the 11th prime number, and 31 equals killer in Gematria. It was also announced, you know, that new variant, that COVID variant called EG5. If you type in EG5 variant, you get 67, which of course killer also equals. And they say that there's another variant called XBB, and that also, if you type in XBB variant, equals 67.
I see. Okay.
So I just thought that was, yeah, kind of interesting.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, also, like, about the Floyd Bennett field that's announced to be open for an asylum. The White House approved it. Floyd Bennett, of course, like I mentioned earlier, equals 56. Mental patient equals 201 in Gematria. And I just found it, I had no idea. And that's very interesting there. Also, I know I'm kind of all over the place, but back to the Taiwan Strait supposed Chinese submarine crash. They said it happened on an island, near an island that Beijing was actually just days before running military drills, and Beijing also equals 56.
Okay, interesting. All right. Yeah, great observations. Thank you for reaching out and using the knowledge. I'll keep my eye on those things. I appreciate it.
Oh, thank you, man. I'm so happy to talk to you, and keep it up, man. I'm very happy for all the knowledge that you given me, so I can see this shit too.
I'll do that.
Thank you, man. Good night.
All right. Yeah, you too. Thank you. All right. Getting some new voices tonight. Some great calls. Good to see people using the knowledge. 510.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I saw a lot of 93 occurring in your videos recently.
Uh-huh.
So I called in recently to talk about 23. So I talked about how I had come from a Discordian background. The founder of Discordianism, Robert Anton Wilson, I neglected to mention, died at 74, which equals out to a sacrifice, as well as Jesus, Masonic, Jewish, Lucifer, etc. So 93 is a number I've been seeing occur over and over again with Hawaii. And Aleister Crowley, if you look him up, Aleister Crowley is associated with the number 93. There's a band, Current 93, which has the song Crowley Mass, making fun of Christ Mass. So it's associated with Saturn. Saturn equals 93. I'm not kidding. Fucking look it up. And Aleister Crowley is associated with Saturn worship, Saturn, Satan, syncretized. It's literally right there.
Yeah, again, Aleister Crowley has Thelema, that's his religion, that worships the number 93. Do as thou wilt will be the whole of the law. That's the Thelema thing. And yeah, Saturn is connected to 93. I just want to make a point, though, since you said that there's the thing, kind of mocking Christ. Again, 93 is big in the Bible, too, because the 930th chapter is where the New Testament begins, and then Jesus is crucified between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m., and crucifix equals 93, and now science says the 93rd day of the year is Jesus' crucifixion day, and again, God's Son equals 93, like Nazareth, like crucifix, and again, the sun's 93 million miles away on average, and Order of Illuminati's 93, and again, the Illuminati and the Catholic Church, and Jesus, and the Bible. But yeah, 93 is a big number, and we've been covering that nonstop for a decade, so.
Yeah, I didn't even know all that, but I know about the band Current 93, big in, the underground music scene, and like I said, with the 23 that keeps occurring, the founder, Robert Anton Wilson, was into Aleister Crowley, so the 23 and the 93, we see that co-occurring. This year, there's a lot of stuff from that creeping into the rituals, I believe.
I think that's going on every year, to be perfectly honest. I think it's going on every year. But actually, great history you bring up. And yeah, Aleister Crowley's influence is huge in music, especially with the British invasion bands. Again, Aleister Crowley died in 47. Go ahead.
Black Sabbath. Ozzy Osbourne has that song, Mr. Crowley.
Exactly.
Genesis Friar Peorage, who invented house music, the acid house, the rave culture, all that shit. Fucking started the chaos magic. Chaos magic equals 33. That's the occultism of the New Age. But Genesis Friar Peorage into fucking Aleister Crowley, and they were an influence on all the post-punk industrial stuff, which built into the house music, and they have the flashing lights. That comes from Temple of Psychic Youth, 23. Chaos number. You look at 23 in the I Ching, talks about chaos and disintegration. And then you have that Cure album, Disintegration, the Goth album. This shit's all out here.
Yeah. Yeah,
93 though.
I'll remind people, since you brought up the Mr. Crowley song, the Ozzy Osbourne song, again, the recording date for that started on March 22nd, 322. Aleister Crowley's into Gematria, Kabbalah.
Like the Skull and Bones.
Well, yeah, and then just Kabbalah too.
3 paths and 22 pillars.
There you go. And then it ended.
And also, if you look up Trevor Moore, Illuminati, Trevor Moore was a guy from Whitest Kids You Know. He was sacrificed a month between, like, one of my other favorite comedians, Norm Macdonald, both known for challenging norms, ironically enough. So Trevor Moore, he had this skit called Illuminati, where they literally talk about, like, blackmailing people with videos of child rape before Epstein Island even. And the video length is 322, and it ends with the words, "God, please help me." And he said, I'm not even kidding. If you look up Trevor Moore Illuminati, anybody can look it up and see this. But with this whole Saturn thing, fucking why are there all these holidays at the end of the year? Crowley Mass. Is that really all that different from Christ Mass if they're both associated with Saturn? It's the Harvest Festival.
Yeah, and Saturnalia is right before Christmas. But
Chronos, if you look at Harvest, it equals 93.
Yeah,
we're approaching the Harvest Festival. You know what I mean?
Well, great observations, caller. You're doing great work. I appreciate you using the knowledge too. I'm gonna let a few more people get in tonight before we're out of show, but keep it up. Thank you.
Oh, sure.
Take care, man. The Route 91 Harvest Festival that shooting was on the day leaving 91 days left in the year, but it was right after Yom Kippur fell on the day leaving 93 days left in the year. And again, Yom Kippur is about atonement for your sins, and then Sin City got shot up, and Jason Aldean has the same gematria as Saturn worship. Did the troll hop back in here? I think the troll hopped back in here. The person who's been on the line. Hey, thank you for being quiet the last 3 hours, troll. I don't know I don't know who you are, how you got on, but you are definitely a weirdo for doing this. Let me go out to 949. 949, you're on. 949. There is a troll in the background. Don't mind them. But what's up, 949? Who's rightfully waited their place to be on the show.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. I'm about to say some. Okay. Anyway, I wanted to talk about the hurricane and the fake earthquake that happened. I do live in California. Okay, last year on July 4th, 2022, I was at my friend's house and she asked Alexa something, but Alexa had responded in August 2023, Southern California will experience its first out of a few hurricanes, with the third one wiping out 1.1 million people.
Huh.
So Alexa has said that, and I did record it, so I am going through my recordings to look for it because we kept rewinding that, like having her repeat it. Swear to God that happened. Okay, so there was no hurricane symptoms, nothing. Swear to God, it was nothing. Whatever people are seeing on the news is fraudulent and hyped up. It is propaganda. The earthquake was nothing but electromagnetic frequency. I know this because that's how they were poisoning and killing off all the homeless during the pandemic when they were housing them in hotels. And you can look it up because I whistleblowed and it's all in LA Times. It's no joke. So they are.
Your participation in this conference has been terminated by the host. Goodbye.
What? What just happened? Trolls. Hold on, caller, if you're still there. I'm trying to get back on.
Other
okay, I got kicked out somehow, 996, so I didn't hear you for probably the last 15-20 seconds, but please go ahead.
Hello.
I think the troll figured out how to do something else. Troll's getting into the control panel.
Girl, why don't you calm down with the fucking troll shit, all right? I haven't said shit.
Okay, there's the troll again. Go ahead, 949.
Okay, so you know how they're sending Trump through all of this like perp walk thing, like every so-called city or something is indicting him. If you really look close, there's a sacrifice to every time he gets indicted. I don't know if you're familiar with Jackie O, which was Nick Cannon's Wild 'N Out girl.
Yeah, we covered that. There was a synchronicity with Jackie Onassis.
Do you know the judge name is Jacqueline Smith? Jackie O's real name is Jacqueline Smith, and the prosecutor name is Jack Smith. And they all are out of Miami, Florida. What are the odds of that? And right when Trump is like getting perp walk indicted in Miami, Florida.
Okay.
So I just wanted to point that out. It was something else I really needed to Because you hit on it the other day. But I'm gonna let other callers get through. But I love you. You're the bomb. Like, you really changed my life with this knowledge. I've been rocking with you since 2017. Your knowledge literally saving lives. You might not see it, but it really is.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
So I would like to talk to you another time, but I really do need to talk to you, and I'm gonna start donating to you like a different way, because they're taking at least 60% of the money when we do the what is it called?
Super chat.
Super chat.
It seems like it. It seems like it.
Another thing, they're blocking. The reason you're not seeing a lot of numbers is I noticed when I took like, I'm a member and subscriber and on Patreon. I don't even get notified anymore when your stuff come up. And when I search it, it'll like glitch my phone. It will do something stupid like someone's hacking and stuff like that. You know, so they're blocking your stuff from getting out there, trying to like put a control on it. But long as we push it up, long as you get like over 100 likes, they have to push it out. Because one time I seen you had like over 2,300 views, and then when I went back, it said 721.
Huh. Interesting. Well, I appreciate that feedback. Thank you.
You're welcome, and you have a blessed night.
You too. Thank you. Thank you for your call. All right, take care. Yeah, if you guys got here late, I've never seen this before. This is a first in the history of TFR. Somehow there's somebody else who's like, they have higher control over the call board than I do tonight.
Seriously, get over it.
Get over it, they say. Get over it. That's them. They've been here the whole show, but thankfully they've been quiet for like the last 2 hours. They started off by interrupting the show. Like, right. Okay. But hey, thanks for being tuned in tonight, Troll. Let's go out to Joey. What's up, Joey?
Yo, I have just something quick. You know the band Bloodhound Gang?
Good, how are you?
The band what?
Bloodhound Gang.
Okay, yeah, I've heard of them before.
And just how that would be a good nickname for the band, right?
It's hard to hear because of the troll, but go ahead.
Yeah, this is crazy. It's like something in the background. But I was saying how the Bloodhound Gang would be a good nickname for the Jesuits.
Okay.
And I typed in Bloodhound Gang. It equals 67. Like blood sacrifice is 67.
Okay.
And their first album came out on 18/7.
Huh. Go figure.
So just the name of the band, Bloodhound Gang, just mockery. Like they're talking about the Jesuits. Because like that's what the Jesuits are, a bloodhound gang. But that's all I got, man.
Okay. All right, thanks, Joey. All right, let's go out to Colorado, 720.
Jesuits. If they think about the Jesuits, then it's something subliminal that you're hearing that no one else hears, buddy.
Hey, Zach, what's going on?
Hey, how you doing?
Right, is that the truth, sir?
Well, how you doing? How's your family? They snored their realm of death because they're going to try to put a hurting on you. We're going through the fall feast, so everything's going to shift. But how's your family? How you doing, my man?
His inbred family, they're doing great. I'm sure they're all...
Again, that we have a troll that somehow accessed the call board that I cannot get out of the show. I don't know how they've done it, but...
Yeah, well, the realm of death, they just surprise you with many things. Like you said, death energy weapons, tune in when they want to. Play with the, other realms of tools of death with Hazatan and the rest of them, but it's okay. When Yah's above you, that's the whole key. He's the bigger eye in the sky above and everybody. He's in everyone's levels of soul, 5 levels too. That's what no one can get out of. So But shine the light, expose the enemy, don't be ignorant of them. And, you know, everything you're going to do, it's already being exposed. That's why they're looking for a safety net, too. But all they can do is lie, deceive, and murder, and, you know, keep doing what they're doing, what their father of lies tells them to do. That's about it. And that's why they're really pissed off, because you're exposing everything that they're doing. Which is the subplot message, like I told you before.
Indeed. Indeed.
But all I'm trying to tell is next month, you know, obviously you got Rosh Hashanah, the Hebrew New Year, out on the Greek calendar, on the Hebrew calendar, September 15th. Then we go to 10 days, and we're going to be in Yom Kippur, September 25th, the Day of the Lord. And after that, we go on the Feast of Tabernacles 5 days later, which is the Feast of the Nations. So that's where we're going to hit the mark, and that's what really God called you to do, to break the legal laws on this earth. And, you know, of course, the subplot, they'll distort it, twist it, you know, do everything they can do, which they're doing. Like I said, quite brilliantly, they're exposing it. But, you know, you got to read the Torah. You know, their time's short, and then we'll come to an end, and the realm of death will be put away for 1,000 years. Thank the Lord, right?
Thank the
But
Lord.
what you're doing, you know, you're exposing the hell out of them. All they can do is interrupt you, deceive you. They're all murderers, lies since the beginning, you know, and that's about all they do. But, you know, the main thing is, remember, everyone's created in God's image, Genesis 1:26. Everyone, you know, can walk out a calling from God. And basically, some choose, you know, the other realm, Abaddon, Apollyon, Lucifer, the realm of death, and they're just playing their game they've been dealt with, I guess. And they sold their soul, you know, 5 different levels. And they get all the rewards they can in this world. But, you know, you have, you go to the Olam Haba. But the last thing you got to ask yourself, Zach, will they come back in a resurrected body on earth for the last 1,000 years? Probably not. That's what they're really scared of. And that is the final end game. But if they could say, well, you know, death's better, you know, this earth sucks, you know, God didn't create you to be here. Yeah, he did. You'll come back here too. And that's the whole plan. And that's what I mean. You expose the hell of it. And that's where the whole thing, here's the beauty of it. They're all engulfed in the realm of death for 1,000 years. They can't get out of it. So what a destiny, huh? And that's why I like watching you time and time again. But I always tell you, do the things that quality of life. How's your family? How's your prosperity? How's your blessing? How's your soul doing? What's your wise counsel that you're with, you know, in fellowship? That's the main things that God gave you. Even what you eat and drink every day, you know, that God said 4 times in Ecclesiastes, enjoy it and be blessed, and all the work that you do goes back to the appetite of your mouth, right? So,
yeah, we can
but that's the main thing. But every way you're exposed to the realm of death, you know, I said, that comes to the tree of knowledge of all good and evil. But the Ace Cain, the tree of life, you know, Torah principles. But it's like anything else. You have a choice where you want to do the fall feast next month, or you don't, or you can skip right over it. And then they'll pervert it. And then it's really sad, because what I like about watching you and you do, they're going to do a death plan with it. They're going to say, well, here's the wrath of God. And they're going to, you know, do all their different things. And remember, until Yom Kippur, everyone's soul, the scales are within us. The balance is going to go up and down. And basically, you're the judge, court, jury, and witnesses all within your own soul. Everyone is going through this time for the next 30-some days. And that's the whole key, and that's what Yeshua said. The whole kingdom's within you. Pay attention to your soul. It's your GPS, your compass of life. It'll give you all the answers and all the downloads. Well, you got a sick, twisted soul. I guess they don't believe that, but that's okay. There's 5 levels in the soul. Most people are animalistic nature. That's their problem, though. But, like I said, Zach, I was calling you to say hello. I probably won't be talking to you after the fall feast. Probably going afterwards. It's going to be one hell of a ride the next 30-some days, and I'm sure you're going to expose, you know, all the fires they're doing, directed energy weapons, earthquakes, you know, volcanoes, everything, migration shifts. But, you know, that's what's supposed to happen. Wait till we get to 2024 when the eclipse goes over America on April 8th. Which is also the day of Passover next year in 2024 on a Greek calendar. And it's funny, and then that goes over. The first one is 2017, the sign of the woman, Revelation 12. The next one's going on Passover, and you're going to see that on the day of Passover, and then you're going to really see the earth being divided, and especially America itself. But, you know, take it day by day, season by season, but fall's coming, so there is going to be a fall of something. But everyone on this whole earth, the scales are within you. God's going to balance out the good, the bad, the ugly within our own souls, what we could have did, should have did, and everything. And you're going to be judge, prosecutor, jury, and the witness within your whole 5 realms. And that's what's going to happen, really, within every individual. So, but some people, they don't know there's 5 levels in their soul. Jesus said there's 5 witnesses, 5 wise virgins, 5 books in the Torah. And I'm just going to throw this out there. I don't really bounce around, Zach, but you got to say, when Jesus was walking this earth, there wasn't even a New Testament yet. So he was following the Torah, the oral law, and he kept legal law distinctly, separate.
Right.
And he walked it out perfectly. But he was trying to show you there's legal actions that you can do on earth. And that's why, every principle, that's what it shows you, was the high supreme
Friend, I appreciate it as always.
Government.
I appreciate it as always. It's just we got 1 minute left and we got 1 caller left. I want to let them get on before we're out of show. But thank you as always. Always appreciate the positive message. And you have a good night, friend.
Yeah, all right, brother.
Thank you. Let's go out to 480. 480, you got the final say tonight.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Hello? I got the Cowboys. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, so I got the Cowboys-Bills Super Bowl. It's their 30-year anniversary from they played in '93.
Okay.
Which they won 30-13. There's a lot. I have like 6 pages and all this stuff. I just like started it like 2 days ago, and I've just been like all their gematria. They're lining up with the players. Ex-Cowboys player Escobar, number 89, died. They got killed. He was 31. He also played for the Ravens. So I'm thinking of all these Ravens that are dying. I'm not thinking it's like the Ravens are going to be there. It's just players that played for the Ravens, and also played for the Cowboys and Bills.
Okay, interesting. Yeah,
And then,
30-year Saturn return again.
yeah, so
I have to look at that.
Yeah, so like all that, like Marv Levy, he was born 8/3/25. He's 98 years old, so that's not looking good for him, being that old. And then with his numbers that are matching up like that.
All right, we just ran out of show, but I appreciate it. That's it. We ran out of show. Thank you, caller. You have a good night.
Okay. Yep. Bye. Bye.
Okay. Like that is just, it's like, what is even going on? I don't know how that person is getting in the show, but yeah, just here, you want to call in and troll the show? I mean, they could be using some fake number, but the troll's number, whoever hijacked the show that I could not get off, is 302-202-5908. And nobody got back from TFR during the show to resolve the problem, but that was just weird because because what I do is I have to connect this to the call board and the show through Skype. So I always have 2 connections. I have the call, the connection with the show, and again, the connection with the call board. Tonight, when I would connect the call board, it would connect the troll's number too. And I've just never seen that before. I'm like, how's this happening? And then they even disconnected me and we reconnected. Yeah. Anyway. Interesting that happens for the first time ever on the Kobe Bryant birthday anniversary. Okay. But yeah, I think we'll leave it there for tonight, Truth Seeker. Keep it short and sweet. And again, thank you to the people who donated tonight. Ray donated, and so did 13 Serpents. And Halui Warren, if I'm saying that right, also pledged $1. Thank you. So 3 donors, much appreciated. And yeah, I've been getting trolled nonstop for a long time, you guys. So I'm used to it. It's annoying, but I don't like when they have the technological upper hand, because I was totally baffled by how they were on the line and then seemingly having more control over it than I did. All right, hold on. We also have a DK Stonewood sighting. And DK, before you get into tonight's thing, I didn't see it, but Jonathan said you were like ripping on Jonathan in the chat last week while he was presenting. Was that the case, or is it a misunderstanding, or what happened?
I would say maybe partially. I was to say here we go, getting put to sleep again with somebody reading us lyrics from a song we don't know, from a rapper we don't know or care about. But I thought that was
some people might care. I mean, nobody can please everyone. But yeah, no, Jonathan's a veteran of the community, man. Jonathan's brought a lot of great contributions over the years, so we can't rip on the veterans.
It's all good. I got nothing against him personally. It just I'm trying to make sure that, like, your work doesn't get a yawn from other people. That's all, which I think is a lot of the case. Because your stuff is interesting, and then, once other people start chiming in, the interest level drops off of a cliff pretty fast.
Sure. But again, you can't please everyone, man. It's just like there's people who like you, there's people who don't like you. There's people who hate Charmed One. I get, when my P.O. box was still getting mail, I was getting mail in my P.O. box about people who are 100% convinced Charmed One's a sleeper agent. And again, it's just like, at the end of the day, I don't know exactly who's an agent and who's not, but it seems like, use discernment. Everybody has some good information. It seems like everybody's contributing something. So anyway, go ahead, DK. It looks like you got some interesting information for tonight.
Yeah, I sent you a few emails. You saw those?
Yeah, I saw that you were on the Robert Andrew Milliken thing too. So.
Okay. So, all right. First thing, you talk about, and so does everybody else, about the JFK speech for the weather modification.
Right.
But have you ever gone over when Lyndon Johnson said, "Whoever controls the weather controls the world"?
Indeed. Yeah, we talk about that one too.
Okay. With that one, bring up that email that says Washington, D.C. Forest Service, and also that other email that says, let's bring up that one first. So anyway, he was writing all kinds of stuff about this, and I guess they were trying to get some weather accords together with Russia back then when he was the vice under Kennedy, and then after he took it up again after Kennedy was killed and he became president. I'm not saying read all that out loud or anything, but there's some stuff there where they're talking about using weather, like forest fires, as a weapon. And if you look at the dates on it, it's like 1970, so those are documents. And then the other one that's from the Ford Library, the same, also, that's a lot of, that one is Lyndon Johnson writing to, I guess, somebody in the Soviet Union about the weather stuff.
Okay.
By the way, what I think happened with the troll thing is, you know how, like, the troll probably intercepted the call, so you were on the call board through the troll's phone. You understand what I'm trying to say?
I don't understand how they did it. I mean, it's not going to make sense to me because I'm just following the instructions you always do to connect to the show. I don't know how somehow they're like just waiting on the platform to intercept.
Hey, what's this guy's fucking problem, dude? He called last week hating on me and shit. He takes a whole fucking hour at the end of the show talking a bunch of bullshit that nobody understands, and he's getting on the show talking about my book's not going to sell. Nobody wants to hear this shit. And he's talking about, oh, hurry it up because I gotta go to the gym now. Dude, who the fuck is this dude? This dude is a fucking agent.
You could come talk to me
fuck
about this
DK. Hey, you know what? You know what? I put my name on the line. I put my ID on the line. I put my name on the line. I put my whole I'll show you my ID. So you can see my name, my address, my fucking phone number. We don't know if we don't even know if this is his real fucking name. This guy's an agent brought to the community to cause division. There's nothing interesting that he's ever brought to the community. He takes a whole fucking hour every week. Every week. I haven't called him for months, and he's sitting up here hating on me. I'm the one who predicted the death of King Von. I'm the one who said, stop the Goody Mob video, cell therapy at 56 seconds so you can see people with masks on. I did all that shit. What the fuck has he ever done? He just sits there and talks a bunch of bullshit that's not interesting. Let me tell you something. Just because you're not interested in hip-hop doesn't mean that other people aren't. How the fuck do you know the book's not going to sell? Who the fuck are you?
Yeah, again, I mean...
This guy's a fucking pussy, man. I've never hated on him, not one time. Not ever. We sit up here, he takes a whole hour every fucking week talking a bunch of bullshit that cannot be confirmed. Everything I'm talking about, I could back it up with facts. He's brought to the community to bring division. I'd rather you bring Rambo back than this asshole.
Well, hey, again, about Rambo, it's not like I'm bringing Rambo back. Rambo kind of just quit the show. I mean, so Rambo's always welcome to come back, but then he also said that problems were coming in his life, so he just wants to keep everything on the DL. But okay, again, Jonathan's been with the community forever. DK's only been around for so long. And again, there's people who love Jonathan's work. There's people who like what DK contributes. But you know what? I mean, to be fair, Jonathan's never really ruffled anybody's feathers. I do get a lot of concerns about DK because people do think DK is an agent and a divider. And
he is an agent and a divider. It's obvious. It's obvious. Let me tell you something. I've never hated on him. How the fuck you know the book's not going to sell? You're talking about I'm wasting Zach's time about a book that's not going to sell. You don't know if the book isn't going to sell or not. Even if the book doesn't sell, I brought more to this community than you ever have. He sits there and talking a bunch of fucking nonsense that can't be verified.
Well, to be fair about that, DK doesn't. So that's DK. Since you're listening, that's the one thing I wonder about you, because like you don't seem to ever like it's a Gematria show, right? And you always kind of seem to skip over the Gematria piece. But DK does bring information that's interesting. Some things it's like, well, I don't know if we can ever prove that or verifiable. But again, I just try to give a platform to everybody, and I just wish we could cooperate and work together. So yeah, I don't understand why DK needs to be ripping on Jonathan while Jonathan's coming on sharing his information. And it's like, if you just don't appreciate that information, just tune out and come back for the next stream, because we're here putting out stuff every day. But yeah, Jonathan's been contributing to the community for many years now. And it's just we don't need to be.
We also predicted that a rapper would die at 50 years old for the 50th anniversary. We predicted that. We predicted the death of King Von. Like, okay, if you're not interested in hip hop, fine, you don't have to be. But you don't have to sit here and hate on me, because I don't sit up there and hate on you. So that's the problem that I have. This guy's a fucking agent, and I don't like it. Now people are trying to bring Jeff into this. Jeff has nothing to do with this. Jeff is cool. I don't have any kind of problem with Jeff. So I don't understand why people are in the comments earlier were trying to mix up Jeff in this. I don't have no problem with Jeff. So I don't want to be misconstrued with what I'm saying, because I don't like this. I don't like this, and there's no reason. Like, it's already an uphill battle as it is. So why come in this community and cause more division? That's what I want to know. Why? What's the reason? All right. Even if the book doesn't sell shit, at least I'm trying to do something to wake motherfuckers up. Everybody's into hip hop, or at least a lot of people are into hip hop.
Well, historically, the videos that have gotten the most views have tended to be about hip hop. There seems to be a big demographic for that on YouTube. And right now, the biggest YouTube Gematria channel is one that just focuses exclusively on hip hop and seemingly does not good decode. They skipped the whole 188 piece with Blac Youngsta's brother's death. It's just like, But anyway, here, let's let DK respond. So DK, you hear what Jonathan's saying. What is your response?
first of all, I never said his book didn't sell. I never said I wasn't in.
No, that's bullshit. You're fucking lying because it's in the comments. So don't sit up here lying because we can pull up the fucking video.
Boring for a second.
Okay, here, let him respond. And Jonathan, if your rebuttal is that he posted it, yeah.
It's dude, it's on there. If you look at the video from last week, it's not that old. Don't sit here lying because you can look through the comments and it's there.
Put it up.
You cannot erase it.
Put it up. One infinite boring. Put it up.
What? I can't hear you.
Put it up.
Hey, Jonathan, if you know where it is in the video, if you can go back to last week's video and like say where the timestamp is, we can go back and look at it and get it all sorted out.
It was towards the end. It was towards the end. It was probably like the last 30 minutes of the show. It's all there.
You gotta hit the button and then the other guy can't talk till the other guy's
okay,
done.
all right. Let's let DK respond.
You're a fucking hater. What is there for you to say? You're a fucking hater. It's a fact.
We just let mumble rapper go for a while. Can I go now or?
Oh, who's a mumble rapper? Dude, where do you live? Because we can meet in person.
Oh, dude, I can't wait. Please come. Please come. Please come tell
Answer
me.
the question.
Please.
All right, hold on. You guys, this isn't productive, though, but I get it, man, because there's no reason to be talking shit about Jonathan. Jonathan, again, has been around for a long time, DK. And, you know, it's like, DK, you got to know the history. It's just like, what's his name? The Fullerton Informer. I mean, like, see, you haven't been around long enough, but Fullerton Informer is somebody who you were bringing up, and I was like, that's a guy that rips on our work, though. He's definitely not on our side, Fullerton Informer. He's promoting all this stuff that can't really be proven. He's ripping on us. He's another one of these people on YouTube. But anyway.
I agree with you on that. I agree.
Okay, but I'm just saying, you cannot rip on people who are established in the community, who've been here a long time and helped out and never been turncoats. I mean, there's not a lot of people who've stuck around for a long time, and that's unfortunate. So,
my opinion.
Well, Zach, I've always had your back no matter what.
My opinion
and I always will.
My opinion from the beginning about Jonathan was he was just a troll sent to you to waste your time.
No, Jonathan, there's no way Jonathan's a troll, man. There's no way Jonathan's a troll.
That's just what I'm talking about.
Oh, that's fine.
I've been to Zach. Didn't I come to Yakima last year? Didn't we hang out for several days? How many times? Come on, man. How many times have I?
Hey, Jonathan is the only person's house I've ever crashed at in the truth community. Jonathan's no troll.
Again, that
How
doesn't
the fuck?
discount.
This makes no fucking sense. What he's saying. It's totally illogical. I've been to Yakima.
Here, Jonathan, you don't have to explain yourself to me or the audience, really. I mean, people know you've been around forever. Look, here's the way it is. If DK, listen, if you don't like Jonathan's work, just don't rip on Jonathan in the chat. And this doesn't need to, people don't need to be fighting in this community. I mean, there is just way too much infighting, and I don't know why there's always been, and people will blame me, but it's like, I never started a fight with anybody, man. And I've tried to promote a bunch of y'all and bring up their own brand and their social media pages, and I give everybody a chance on here. But,
yeah, I don't even want to get you, this is your show, and I don't want to get you in the middle of it, but my opinion from when I first came on was soon after, when I was just kind of judging who everything is. I'm like, well, this guy's right on target, and they've sent him mostly trolls. Most of these people that call in that are regulars that have been here for who knows how long are mostly like trolls, and they've been sent to him as time wasters, including Rambo, Jonathan, George, the Jewish kid from Florida, all of them. That's my opinion. If people don't agree or don't like it, they've been been around longer than I have, that's great. But I mean, being around longer or being older doesn't make you smarter or more legit or anything like that. Just as an FYI.
Nobody says anybody's smarter than anybody else. I'd rather hear Rambo. I'd rather hear the Jewish kid. I'd rather hear George than you, because everything you talk is a bunch of bullshit that can't be verified.
Well, hold on. Let's not go all the way there either, too, because it's just like DK has the observation about this physicist Millikan tonight. Everybody makes contributions, right? And anyway, I understand why.
I would say the leading news source for current events and like de-occulting them and deciphering them is my social media page. And since I found you Zach, your work, and most of our stuff is correlating in the middle. Maybe 10-15% of what I do doesn't cross over into your Gematria, and maybe 10-15% of the work you do, Gematria, and everything else doesn't cross over. So it's only like maybe a small percentage of stuff that I'm there to add. And the reason I don't go through the Gematria stuff, because you're already doing it, and I'm not a Gematria guy, and I'm never saying Gematria is not right or anything like that. I know it is. And I've known about Gematria since, way before I found you. I knew about numerology and Gematria. And then when I found you and realized the way you were using Gematria, I was like, oh, okay, here's the one guy that's actually using this correctly. And most of these other guys are probably trolls, or they just don't know what the hell they're doing. But that's as far as that's concerned. You can also...
All right, hold on. Let me say this, though, too. Let me just say this. The thing is that there's not enough people in the world who are awake and about the right things, and then it seems just like so many people just start fighting needlessly, and it's like the reality is we all need to be out in California like we were and getting out the word and not fighting over each other over who's got the more important message or... It's just, we got to figure out how to work together.
I just think the whole thing is that's the reason there's so much infighting is because it's all been infiltrated by a bunch of faker trolls and stuff like that. And the fact he said he would rather listen to all these other people or whatever, I'd rather not listen to all of you because you don't have anything to decipher as far as current events or anything like that. Okay.
Man, this is bullshit, dude. I'm gone, bro. He's talking. Dude, don't worry about it, Zach. You know what? At the end of the day, what he's saying is complete fucking nonsense. He's not even on the subject, deciphering what current topics. Hip-hop is not a fucking current topic. The 50th anniversary of hip-hop is not a current topic. Didn't we predict a rapper would die at the age of 50 years old before? We've been talking about a rapper would die at 50 years old all year for the 50th anniversary. That's not relevant. Hip-hop has been the #1 form of music the last 30 years. That's what people are into. I'm talking about a subject that people are into, not a bunch of fucking bullshit that you're talking. That's a bunch of mumbo jumbo.
Well, DK, also, something you don't know is Jonathan, he did have the great contribution because it is true, again, this music video from the 90s talking about this future New World Order takeover right at the 56th second. You see these guys in like their COVID masks. And anyway, Jonathan had that observation, and CeeLo Green from Goody Mob and Gnarls Barkley and all that, he saw that video and he reshared it on his own social media. So Jonathan's had a lot of good contributions over the years. And that's just why, there might be trolls and agents hanging around and infiltrators and people meant to divide. I definitely don't think Jonathan is that person at all. So
I'm bringing my own lie detector guy on when you show up next time to LA. So Jonathan, show up, please. We'll have a lie detector hook up to you, see if you're a troll, and we'll do the same thing for me, and we'll see what happens.
I gotta go, Zach.
All right. Yeah. Anyway, don't lose sleep, Jonathan.
No, I'm gonna go. All right, because this is a complete waste of my time. But hey, I appreciate you, Zach. Zach, you know what? I love you. I'm always at your back no matter what. You already know that. And I'm coming to Washington soon, all right?
We'll finish the hip-hop book, too. Once I'm done with these short books, that's the next priority. So
I'll be there soon, and we can talk in person, all right? I can't talk with people who have a low level of intelligence. But I love you. Peace, all right?
Okay. That's not... I see, that's what happens when you start talking shit. Everybody just starts talking shit. DK does not have a low level of intelligence, but DK, you can provoke people for sure, and sometimes that's a good thing. But yeah, there's a guy every week. There's a guy who writes me a really long email about how I need to make sure to never have you back on the show because he sees all the. And like I write back to him, I say I can't make everybody happy. I understand what people don't like.
The CIA is going to be all over once we get.
I agree with that guy. I agree with that. Whoever is that Santos?
I actually don't know the name of the person who writes the email each week, but every week they're mad about DK being on. And again, it's just I can't make everybody happy.
There are plenty of people that agree with me in the chat. That they agree with me in the chat about what I'm talking about.
You know what? You want me to send you an email?
I'll see you soon, Zach. I'm out.
All right, later, Jonathan.
You want me to send you screenshots of the text of what Jeff Young thinks about Jonathan? I don't want to do that, but I can do that. You want me to do that? You want me to send you text from what all these other, like Frank the Tank and all these other guys think about Jonathan? I could send you all the screenshots of the messages right now, not from the Troll Farm chat, but from real people that whose number I have in my cell phone, and you can see it's a text thread from them. I can send you all that, but I'm not going to do that. I don't want to.
But not everybody's there might be people who don't like Jonathan's work. I mean, that wouldn't surprise me. There's people who don't like me, and there's people who like me, and I know there's people in the community who like Jonathan. And yeah, sometimes it's just like if I have to be fair, sometimes Jonathan's research I really like, and I'm like, I'm not sure about this one tonight, Jonathan. But then I also feel that way sometimes about your calls. I'm like, okay, I really like this DK call. I'm not so sure about tonight's call, but I still just let it all get out there because I realize it's, at least to me, it seems like everybody's trying to contribute. I'm just saying, like, that there's no reason to just start unnecessary infighting. It's just, I mean.
I don't consider it infighting because I don't consider, I'm just supporting you. I don't consider myself part of any group or whatever. If you come out, I got your back, and whoever shows up, like as you saw, everybody's very friendly. I thought there was maybe one person that came out to LA that was fishy, and I think we kind of all already know who that was. But other than that, everybody that came out in person was a real person. And, when you find out who you really got, a core of 20, 30, 40, 50 supporters in the big cities, and, maybe 10 or 20 or so in the bigger cities. I mean, in the smaller cities, sorry. So, you add it all up, you may have, 100, 200 core supporters total. And then it doesn't matter if the YouTube or the thing says 30,000 or 50,000, whatever. It doesn't matter. When you go out and you see what's really happening, that's the way you judge it, And, I've talked to the people that I know are legit since kind of the beginning. They contacted me through whatever means. And some of them I talked to like through social media messenger, or through just, we have each other's cell phone numbers and we talk and whatever. So I kind of already know. I could, if you want, I'll go through every single person who I pegged as a troll and who's legit. But like I said, I don't want to do that. I could have done that months ago. Have I even been with you a year? I don't even know, So the only reason I call with my stuff is because it's not Gematria based. If I was doing Gematria and then I'm going to call the Gematria professional and tell him some lame stuff that he already knows, that's why I don't do that, So I try to get into genres that people, not everybody's going to be interested in, but a lot of people are. And, that's why I get so many comments through social media, other stuff from your followers asking me questions and stuff like that. These are not people that I know. These are your people. So they're obviously seeing some kind of benefit. And, as far as waking people up, I told you a long time ago, even though Gematria is right on point, as far as waking up people through it, it's a tough battle because people are mathematically disadvantaged, and that's the first thing that you need for that is basic math. And then, they have such an aversion. They're like, ABC 1, 2, 3. That's already, I can count to 3, but once you get to 4 and 5, it starts getting tough. So they have an aversion to it. So, it's going to be a niche market, which, obviously that we need a niche market from every genre. It would be nice to have somebody in every genre who's, at the level you are with the Gematria, but, and get everybody together. So that's really the only reason that I'm at, that I call every week and add a little stuff just to keep things kind of, keep it a little bit more blended than just super hyper laser focused like Joe Biden, So, and just before I forget, do you remember when the Chinese balloon came over Hawaii back in the day? There was talk of green lasers. And now we have like fake Jew channel Donut and all these guys saying it's all about blue. Oprah's house roof is blue. The car that didn't burn is blue. And, when we blew up the green, everything's about green. And now they're trying to say it's about blue instead after the fact. And then they talk about I got Dora the Explorer before, on that a week ago already. So nobody can claim we did that live. So nobody can claim they came up with that first. And then now they got Dora Atwater, and her house is at the water, and her last name is Milliken. And then, we can get into that email where the guy who's talking about radioactivity and electrons, which would be the basis of like lasers and stuff, and if you read that last thing about that Milliken guy, it talks about, they took down there was a school here in Long Beach called Milliken. They took it down, changed the name because the guy was involved in eugenics, which is, kind of what they're doing in Hawaii, I guess you can say. Maybe not, maybe more like murder than eugenics. But anyway, can I get into some of the stuff that I wanted to talk about now? So are we done with the nonsense? Jonathan could have done all that, didn't need to do any of that on the air.
Well, he said last week you were attacking him in the chat while he was on. I didn't see all that.
Totally true, and you got. I mean, I'll send you personally. I'll send you the screenshots of me and Frank Bainsley talking, and Jeff Young talking about this before Jonathan called in.
Yeah, but that's not like if not everybody likes Jonathan. I mean, that's just the way the world is. I know Jonathan means well, and he's been here a long time helping out the community, just like Frank has and just like Jeff has. Not everybody has to like each other. By the way, Jeff is trying to call in nonstop right now. I don't know how to do the three-way call, but
Jeff, call me and I'll answer, and then we'll be on three-way. Call me. Anyway, Zach, go into can you open up that email that says temperatures?
Yeah, hold on.
Like, I would have never called and done that bitch shit on the air like that. I would have just done it in person. Like, you want to talk to me in person when you compound payment in front of everybody, so everybody could see what's going on. But like I said, none of the trolls will come in person when I'm there. Got no balls, Zach. That's why.
Okay, hold on. I got up the temperature thing. Okay.
Okay, here's Jeff. Hold on, let me add him. All right, Jeff. Okay, you got the temperatures on? That's why. Turn down your thing, Jeff. I'm down. So anyway, if you see the temperatures that a forest fire burns at, the temperature that a house fire burns at, the temperature that a vehicle fire burns at. So we're okay with the aluminum melting. That's all possible. The issue we have here is with the glass and the bones. Where are the bones of these people in these cars? They should be like, it should look like an ossuary, right? It should look like the skull and bones everywhere.
And why are the trees just chilling?
Well, that's a whole other thing, but you know, let's focus on these cars. Where are the people in these cars? There should be skeletons sitting in the seats. We don't have that. None of the doors on the cars are open, so nobody was trying to escape. They all just, stayed in their cars and then just turned into dust. And we don't have any glass. When glass melts, 500 or so degrees hotter than any of those fires can. Because when you have a fire and then it goes into a vehicle which is enclosed, it can get a little bit higher. It can get a little bit hotter, like 2,000 degrees. So it could definitely melt aluminum. So that part about people saying the melted aluminum is false. The part about the glass all not being there, it could, of course, when something heats up inside, there could be an explosion in the car and the glass could shatter everywhere, but there we should see shattered glass everywhere. We don't see that. And we should see bones and a bunch of open doors and people. We don't see that. Everybody just stayed in their cars and got burned alive and, just turned into air. We don't even have their ashes.
You know the old Southern sailing? Oh, he's giving me the vapors. Something like that. Right.
Another thing, Zach, I don't know if you caught that there was a Simpsons episode on this as well. Did you happen to catch that?
Simpsons episode on Hawaii catching on fire?
No, the laser weapons. So what happens is in Springfield, for people who don't know, that's the city the Simpsons live in. So they put up a new statue. Then the clouds clear and the statue acts as a reflector and laser burns the city. And then they're all blaming the statue. Well, they just put up a new statue that looks exactly like the statue from The Simpsons in Lili'uokalani Park in you could pull that out. I didn't send you the email for that, but you could pull that, put new statue it's like Lili'uokalani or something park in Lahaina. And they put up that statue and it survived. And that statue, I think, is from 2021. They just recently put it up. Looks exactly like the one out of The Simpsons. So there's another. And then in The Simpsons, you have the blue umbrellas. Everything burns, and the blue umbrellas are that are tied up survive. And that's the same thing. There was a beach club right there, and there was 3 or 4 blue umbrellas that didn't get burned. So then donut, and the CIA's been circulating all this stuff now that only the blue roof houses didn't burn and all this other crap, and the blue cars didn't burn, and people in blue shirts and all this stuff. So, they're running a parallel disinformation campaign right next to the work we're doing about all the green and such.
Okay.
Can you open up that email where the channel is saying Gematria is the lightsaber of awareness?
Okay. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. Can you hear that?
So,
Saber of awareness. Who's this guy?
So, I don't know. I never saw it. Just somebody sent
Who's
that
this
to me. So I looked at it. Zach, tell me if you think that's legit. He's saying September 23rd, like coming up, is going to be the date of the lockdown. And he posts all these guys like standing in front of 23s, like the guy Xi Jinping. And there's just a lot of 23s. And he's claiming that 923 based on, but there's no real like gematria that he's like figuring out. I don't know. It's a short, maybe like 30-second video.
There's always a lot of hype for September 23rd. I mean, it's the 266th day of the year, and we are in the time of the 266th Pope. That's why Pope Francis spoke in D.C. on that day in 2015. It'll be the 8-year anniversary of that this year. I mean, yeah, September 23rd is always interesting. It just seems like there's always a lot of speculation that something really big is going to happen on that day. So it's the latest.
Really? All right. Because he wasn't really specifically using gematria like you are. He was just showing like a bunch of 23s. And then, Jim Carrey with the 23 and all that stuff. So I was just thinking, is there anything like, relevant there? Or is it just somebody else using the word gematria, like that guy Gematria Gaming who knew nothing about gematria or gaming?
or the Q community.
Yeah, just yeah. Yeah, take a look at that video when you have some time and tell me if you think any of that is really like, does he got some there, or is it another stretch?
Okay. You said something else that says Ford Library.
Face tells me not credible.
What is it, Jeff?
I just said the dude's face tells me not credible. But look at that expression. Who puts that as their thumbnail in a video wants to be taken seriously?
Sure.
Can you whip up that one email? You can just maybe leave it in the background as DK Wax's philosophical. I sent you a few. Jonathan might have cut into our party time tonight, but there was one about Maui. The subject line, something about Maui. If you could bring that up.
You said you sent me an email about Maui, huh? I see the TFR JY opening show first.
Yeah.
Or hold on, yeah, there's more. I see the Maui one.
Yeah, cut to the Maui for a moment. We can always.
Okay, got it. The nice
Go
Mason.
ahead.
The Masons of Maui.
Dude, right there. Well, let's just start right there. Come on, man. This is for the listeners who are not quite sure where they are right now. A little bit disoriented.
Yeah, the Masons of Maui. You're in our prayers. Okay.
Oh, now he's got it up. Here we go. I start commenting on a slide and then you take it down because we're on the delay. Okay, so check it out, people. And this started happening to me like years ago. Because Zach, how long has it been? Like 8 years, right? 9. Going
I think later this year will be the 8-year anniversary. It was sometime later at the end of 2015.
So, like when you're posting a lot of stuff to this in relation to this, the first thing I remember was, besides getting my post taken down in censorship, was, and even in the midst of them censoring my posts and stuff, like when Bruce Jenner did his Barbara Walters interview, and exactly they had a telescope behind him, her, Caitlyn, Gender, Bruce. It looked exactly like that compass and square right there. Imagine that's a telescope. And I just made a post about that on Music Without Boundaries radio show wall. And they took it down because I just said that about the telescope in the back. I wasn't trans shaming or doing any kind of anything. But So even in the midst of them doing that, the first thing that started appearing in my ads, and anyone else can chime in with the chat if this happened to you, was Masonic jewelry. And I was like, what's up with this, man? They're all big on the jewelry, all kind of Masonic jewelry. It's them and the people from India. We were just Dead Groove Band. We stayed in this Indian part of New York. Like, you can't believe, I don't know how many jewelry stores there were, but almost every other store was a jewelry store. They're really into it. I don't know how, I asked the guys in my band, I imagine a lot of these stores got to be open 8 hours and no one even enters their store in a day, but I digress.
Sure.
So the first thing was the jewelry. But now what's happening in my news feed as of late is all these groups, Masonic groups, and this is where this came from. So I just started joining these groups. I'll leave a few links in the comments after the show if you want to just go on Facebook. I mean, if you're posting about this, I got to believe that it's popping up for you too. But all kinds of weird sayings and kooky sayings that I say we can get into another time. But this one struck me. I thought it was so, filled with hypocrisy, right?
Sure.
You know you had a Freudian slip and you said Bruce Gender.
No, I always say that.
Oh, okay.
That's no Freudian slip.
Gotcha.
Jack, you say that all the time too, don't you?
Indeed, Bruce Gender.
Yeah. I mean, that's why they came out with his name Jenner back then. They were already priming you.
That's the guy who is too, Jenner. What a surprise.
From the Wheaties
Masons
box.
are really behind everyone in Maui.
Yeah.
And then as they go to rebuild, who's the builders and the architects that are going to get all the jobs to rebuild?
In 33 land.
Who lays the bricks?
Right. In 33 land, Hawaii. So
anyway, go ahead, DK. I just wanted to throw that in there.
I was kind of pretty much done with like my current event decodes. I mean, we could talk about even more big picture stuff, but those are just like kind of my decodes or like, relevant topics that are associated with Zach's work. So even though I don't really necessarily talk about gematria every time, Zach, I do try to relate, the more.
Indeed. You do.
If I can referee, I don't think either one of you all are shows. DK, you do go into some realms that can't be proven, but it's like Dreamer, it's a Supertramp song, or sometimes you gotta think outside the box.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
Give it time. People's brains are growing and unraveling. Not everybody's ready right away. Give it time. There's plenty of time for people to realize we have non-human humans here with us and all kinds of other stuff that we can't prove right now.
But dude, that's the thing. I don't even care. That's the thing is, because you were talking a couple weeks ago about what we got to do now, and these people wasting time. Look at that image. Hey, I sent you intentionally in the same email the other one. Pull up the public enemy.
Well, it's not going to work. Jeff, like, for whatever reason, like, every image you sent me did not process, but this one did.
Well, that's the most important one, so we're good with that. But my thing with the aliens, dude, I mean, besides that there's the word "a lie" right in it, it's like, let's worry about that shit when they come up and bite us on the ass or the nose or shake our hand. We got bigger fish to fry. That's like flat Earth to me right now. We don't got time right now for that shizzle. We got more pressing stuff that's right in our face. We don't need to worry about that. We need to worry about, you know what we need to worry about? Because I stayed in LA for the last 10 days rehearsing with Dead Groove to go do the 2 dates we just did in New York. And what a difference a day makes. New Jersey, what a shithole. And New York was amazeballs. But I digress. I stayed where our rehearsal is, we have a lockout finally for our band for Dead Groove and Kings of Thrash. It's in Chris Poland. He manages the other guitar player, the original guy from Megadeth. He runs a rehearsal studio in downtown LA that's like 240 rooms. Like the Strokes are right across from us, tons of bands. It's musicians' wet dream, except for the fact that as soon as you walk out the door, you know, the security door where you need a card to get in, and it's on the 4th floor and everyone's got a key. So it's super safe once you get in the building. Once you walk outside the building, dudes, if they wanted to do They Live parts 1, 2, 3, they don't need to build sets. They don't need to hire extras, get no wardrobe. They just set up some cameras and go at lights, camera, action, go. Dude, I was trying to go to Whole Foods. It was 11 minutes down the street. You know, you put it in the Waze, you put it in it. And like the actual architecture and the buildings where I'm driving aren't that bad, but literally 10 after 10 after 10 after 10 after 10, dilapidated tents, some tricked out tents, guys building little plywood cities around their tents, little fortresses. There was a dude in a wheelchair at an intersection. He had his robe on, underwear, no shirt, nothing else, just underwear and a robe, sitting there eating his breakfast in his wheelchair in an intersection, just chilling. Man, it was depressing, man. It's so depressing to be there. And you have time to be high and rehearse. That's what this country is in LA and California. People who live outside California don't have any context. And even like the gas prices, I went back to New York. We're driving around and I'm looking at the gas prices. It's like $3.30, $3.40 a gallon. No one in the country why is it cheaper there and it's $6 a gallon on the West Coast?
Right.
No one anywhere in the USA should have to pay any more or any less for something that's a total renewable to begin with and has just been propped up with a bunch of fear porn like coronavirus, that there's a shortage of something that is, you know, down in the earth that we'll never run out of. You know, it's just like the water industry. They're making billions off water. It's just a sham. But California, what they're doing in that state, it's mind-blowing. I can't even conceive, because I've been in California since, so I've seen the slow downward spiral, like the parable of the frog. I've been in LA since, you know, I moved out there in '84. So think how many years that is. We're 2023. You know, on and off, I moved away, came back. So I got to like go away and come back and see, wow, man, this changed a lot in the 4 years I was living in Brazil, right? But what it is right now, I filmed it. I mean, I put some of it in my stories. If any of you guys are my friends, I put the tent drive. I put one in the dark, and then I was so blown away. I had to do it the next morning, which is when I saw the dude in his wheelchair eating his cornflakes at the intersection. And that's what the price is. They're doing so many shenanigans. You remember kind of what they're doing in Maui, you know, because Blackwater needs to do their stuff, right?
Sure.
You know that the path that they burn from LA to San Francisco is the same path of that new train thing, the high-speed rail.
I've heard that. And then something else I noticed is
there's no hope. You don't need to hear it. You can look at the map. You just cross-reference the map of what the railroad is, where it's going to be built, with the path of the fires, and it's almost a mirror image.
So, in addition to that, something else that was pointed out to me is a lot of the Canadian wildfires were in Quebec, near where they're mining for lithium. So it's almost like they're clearing out the space for the lithium mining.
And you know when they did that all up in Northern California, if you remember, like a lot of the tech places that developed this weaponry, the directed energy weaponry, their right up to their doorstep. It's like they were protected by a moat, like everything's burning. But right where the place where they developed the technology, just chilling, no problems. Just like almost like a straight line. Not the burn stops here. You know, just like they did, and you know, there's the memes floating around about all the celebrities whose houses in Hawaii are totally unscathed, from Gates to Oprah. You know, all the people on the depopulation board.
Right. Interesting.
So maybe bring up, since he's done. Well, let's do the dead groove while you got up. What I was contrasting this with that didn't come up for you in this mail was the Public Enemy album cover in Arizona. Right? What you're going to do when the grid goes down.
Right.
But we kind of did our own take on a little more positive spin, right? Because we're going to AZ, people, that group band, and it was killer. We played the Cutting Room, the legendary Cutting Room in New York, and after playing the shithole that was the place we played in New Jersey, what an amazing night that was. And the owner, what a beautiful human being, and the club that he's been a proprietor of, and the music that he's, put through that club. Anyone that doesn't know the Cutting Room, just Google it and learn the history about that venue. It was an amazing night. Was had by all, and now we're ready to go do 3 dates with. We got an all-female Pantera tribute opening for us, which is pretty cool, and some other cool bands along the way. But we got Phoenix, Arizona, David Ellefson from Megadeth and the Kings of Thrash will be joining us for the encore. It sounds like the Troll's very excited about. We must be a Megadeth or a Kings of Thrash fan. But maybe he's in Arizona. Come out to the show, Troll. So David Ellefson will be getting up jamming with us with Dead Groove Band for the encore. That's going to be super cool. Some killer bands opening for us. Really good guys, good people. That's going to be a beautiful night in Arizona. But what I can tell you, last time we played Phoenix, man, all the RF, the Mexican radio, it's nuts there. My amp was almost unusable, my guitar amp. All 3 of us, we had 3 guitars on those first 4 dates, and then Chris Holm was guesting just for the first 4 dates. All of us had some kind of weird ground and problems with our sound, but my amp is really like a high gain, really tricked out, and it had the worst. And the guy's like the 20-something-year-old kid on the side at the monitors doesn't know he's like totally green. I'm like, what's up with these? Don't worry, it usually goes away by showtime. And it was so loud, and we have a lot of stops and starts in the music, and you can't have a rest where you go, bah, and it's just all of a sudden, I'm on the Mexican radio, every time that there needs to be silence, or you hear some baseball game coming in, right? It's definitely the last thing that I ever want to hear. So he said, last time when Eric Johnson was here, he started putting aluminum foil over his amps, and between every pedal, if you have little pedals on your pedal board, you have these little short cords that are 4 or 5 inches, and he's Reynolds wrap just to try to get the sound quiet. Actually, luckily by showtime it did kind of quiet down, but I did have the Reynolds wrap wrapped over every darn thing. But I can tell you, and I'm just kind of warning myself and preparing myself, because Arizona's a weird, creepy energy in that town. We're doing our album in Scottsdale, which is still hotter than balls, but it's a way cooler energy, more chill. Arizona's just disturbing somehow. Phoenix, Arizona. So, but there's our dates, and then we're going to Utah, where all the Mormon groupies. When I toured with Megadeth, that was the craziest women of anywhere on the planet, and just throwing that out there for you.
Just as a reminder, so Jeff's going to be in Phoenix September 7th. The next day, Kayla Deco Talker, she's going to be in Phoenix getting out the word about what they're doing in the WNBA at the Phoenix Sun Stadium. So if you're in the Phoenix area, you got Jeff September 7th. And if you want to go out and help Kayla out, she'll be out by the sports stadium on September 8th.
And remind me, Zach, I'll promote her. And if does she live there? She needs to come to the show.
It's a big drive for her. I'm not sure if he gets into town earlier. She's driving from New Mexico. So.
Well, tell her. If you're listening, babe, come on early. Come to the show. We'll give you the total VIP. Lots of Gematria and Truth Seekers show from here. I told you we had the one GematriaEffectNews viewer from Australia when we played in Brisbane.
Right.
Canberra.
Yeah, I remember that.
So, yeah. Shout out Mr. Craig down over there. So, yeah, then we're going to Utah Cedar City, the Blackbird Bar. We're at the Blues Bar in Phoenix, Blackbird Bar, Cedar City, Utah, Leatherheads Bar. I like the name of that. As a Texas Chainsaw Massacre fan. Draper's an interesting city. I remember doing a radio show. That's actually an interview that I did on a radio station out of Draper, Utah, Zach, is what led me to doing my own radio show, which I did for 11 years. And I haven't done it for a couple of years anyway, so that tells you how long ago I've been tuned into Draper. So I'm anxious to actually visit that place. I've talked to DJs from that town, but never been there.
That's interesting.
So if you like stoner rock, like old Black Sabbath, Deep Purple, rockabilly, just grooving, AC/DC, bands like Clutch, that's one of Holly's favorite bands. You know, there's just a lot of cool Zeppelin. There's just a lot of cool vibes in the Dead Grooves music, and their album's killer. People so go check it. I don't know if it's on Spotify. I know a bunch of their stuff, videos on their YouTube. And they got another guy, Jesus-looking character. He's the guitar player on the album and their band member, but he's stuck down in Peru with green card issues, and he's a coach on The Voice Peru, and I don't know all the ins and outs that are preventing him from coming to the U.S., but while the cat's away, the mouse will play, and the mouse in this case is me on lead guitar, and I got a beautiful new Reverend guitar that I'm loving, so come out and hear it. I'm getting lots of compliments on my tone, and I'm like, these are borrowed amps, people. You want to hear an amazing, just an aside of how there's a lot of dirt bags, and we encounter them on a daily basis and expose them, but check out this person. So I put out, because I knew this first gig was going to be shady, and they didn't supply backline, which means, you know, when you're flying from LA, I'm not taking my EVH or my Friedman amp and 412 cabinets that weigh like, you know, thousands of pounds each. They supply like stage rental houses or a lot of venues own. Like the venue in New York had like 50 different amps just on, choose what you want to use, right? But I knew this first shithole in Jersey wasn't going to have anything, so I put out a roll call on my Facebook, like, hey, where's all my compadres in Jersey? And so once everyone responded, you know, you get 20, 30, 40 people respond, then I private message them. I just cut and paste a form letter. Hey, I'm looking for a Marshall or an EVH or something like that. Mesa Boogie, some kind of a killer amp for this gig. I need a head and a cabinet. Do you know a friend, Guitar Geeks? You might help a brother out. I'll give you the total VIP treatment. Tickets, you know, whatever. Come watch, sound check, hang out. This dude answered me, and he sent me a picture. He's like, yeah, man, I got this Marshall. Check it out. Will this work? And it was solid state, but, man, no one else came through. So I'm like, yeah, that'll work. Dude shows up to the gig. Turns out he's a bass player. He didn't own an amp. He saw my post and he went out and bought me an amp and a cabinet, a Marshall head and a cabinet. That's like $3,000. It's used, so who knows what he paid? I mean, at least $1,500. Who knows what he bought this for? But who does that? You know, what kind of human being for a total stranger went and bought me an amp, and you know what? He didn't just bring it to Jersey. He came to New York, and he was at that gig before sound check, waiting with that cabinet so I could use it again.
That's awesome. Yeah, good fortune.
Right? So people, don't give up on humanity. Zach, I know you get real frustrated sometimes. There's still some people like that out there.
Indeed. Yeah, we had good fortune last year. My what do you call it? The loudspeaker thing, it just stopped working so fast when we were in New York, and then Lincoln Karam came out of nowhere with the big speaker set up, so it was perfect.
Yeah. That's how life can work sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
So you're done, DK? Is DK even still here? Or did he cut out to work out?
I'm still here for right now. What else did you want me to touch on?
Well, bring up my intro email. We'll just jet through my emails, and people can screen cap them, share them. I had the Maui thing, but I was gonna just finish what we started last time, which was a couple of weeks ago for me.
Okay, so I got the TFR JY closing email. Should we do that one?
How about the email? Do the intro one. Just for that guy that brought up the frequencies earlier.
The intro one?
Yeah, the very first one.
TFR JY opening show first?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
I label everything for you, Zach.
Very good. Okay.
I'm here to make your life easier.
Indeed. 1984.
I'm just on the delay waiting for it to come up so I see whatever's coming up.
It's the 1984 one where it says you are here and it's got Brazil.
So that's just that's for the people who are lost and don't really know you're not quite sure where you are in the plot line of in the story of what's happening around you here. This is where you are right now.
Sure.
You're somewhere between Mad Max, The Hunger Games, Animal Farm, Brave New World, They Live, get it? 1984, Idiocracy.
Yeah, I get it.
Right?
Okay.
Thanks
Institute.
to my buddy Dave there, stand back.
Tavistock Institute.
I think, there it is. And I bring this up because, this is like the first thing, because these are the guys that really research the mind control. And these are the gentlemen that gave you the Beatles, and I'm convinced that George Martin just came right out of Tavistock to be their Svengali. Zach likes to use that word, right? Svengali, right?
Yeah.
That's what So Tavistock, that's all they do is invest their time, resources, and billions of your tax dollars in social engineering the masses, learning how to mind fuck you on the daily. But yet, whenever I say the word Tavistock Institute to anyone on this planet, I get the four-eyed stare. Right?
Sure.
No one is aware of this. It's over in England, people.
Same year as the CIA, 47.
Yeah.
Zach, is there a connection between MIT and the Tavistock Institute?
Yes.
I've always called MIT the Tavistock Institute in the U.S.
Exactly. I showed that one graphic that has Wharton, Bilderberg, all those Tavistock, all those guys under the same, that's all the New World Order. That's just the divisions. The subsidiaries is like if it was a record label, these are all the subsidiaries. Next slide, please, my man.
Let's see.
I wish back in the day, in the 70s in school, when we had the film strips on the slideshow, they'd do the minor seventh or the major seventh chord, dun, dun, dun. When it was time to change to the next slide, there'd be the guy would stop talking and babbling, and then do the little music and change to the next slide. And this is for the earlier caller who was shouting me out about the frequencies, right?
Right.
The future of medicine will be the medicine of frequencies. I've talked on the show before about the positive side of you could research acutonics, which is everyone's seen a tuning fork that they whack on the band conductor or a violinist will whack on the side of the table or their knee to get the tune before they tune their instruments. Well, Accutonics, and I've had the treatment because a violinist I played with, her boyfriend did it and taught her. She got certified in it. It's like acupuncture, but it's non-invasive because they're using different size tuning forks instead of needles, and it's non-invasive, obviously. So they bring in a sheath, and they're all tucked in their little pockets like a screwdriver set or whatever, and they're all tuning forks of different sizes and frequencies. And if you use your noodle and realize that our bodies are mostly water, and that you know why the water mammals, dolphins, killer whale, all these can hear so well in water because sound travels so far and well in water. Like it's like a ripple. You can imagine sound like a ripple when you throw a pebble in a pond. So when you lay on the massage table, the person, they whack the thing, and some of them are so low you don't even hear the frequency, and they put it on your meridians up and down, and if you know where your meridians are and your chakras and all that, and they are clearing where the blocked energy is with sound. So much like positive forms of medicine using and slathering frequencies on and around you to heal, that's one way. Accutonics, probably music made by people with a positive mindset like Bob Marley, right? You can just feel it in the music. Like there's no way you can put a Bob Marley song on and want to kill yourself, like say when you put on 9 Inch Nails.
Sure.
Or Slayer.
Sure.
It's just like the worst sound I've ever heard, Slayer. Just sounds like you took a bunch of instruments, threw them in a dumpster, tossed in a couple chainsaws because Leatherface didn't need them that night, and then shut the lid, and there's your rock show.
Sure.
But I digress. So, but that's the kind of music that they're using in hip hop, and why the Clinton administration engineered the whole rap and hip hop movement to fill up prisons, to degrade black men, to do exactly what it did, right? So.
Well, it started even before the Clinton administration, right?
Frequency is a double-edged sword, and then think what they're doing with, all these frequencies that we can't even hear that are banging around our cities now, from 5G to, just what's coming out of this fan in this room to your refrigerator, all these sounds. And when you play guitar, especially like when you practice electric guitar without an amp, you notice when you're sitting in a room, man, everything gets louder. When you're trying to hear, you don't got your amp on, you're just trying to practice. I've been doing it during the show, and I'm like noticing, man, this fan, it's a little fan. This fan is not even like 9 inches wide. And I'm like, man, this fucker's so noisy, right? And it's that noise that's always in our consciousness. That Deepak Chopra said the most amazing thing in the 7 spiritual laws, where he's, waking up and why you should go into nature, into the woods, into quiet spaces, and not always have, oral stimulation around you, because you need to hear your intuition. And maybe this is why they make so much, this is why they want everyone in cities, everything's so loud and more, the commercials crank up 10 times louder than the program. But the paragraph in the Chopra book that stuck with me was, he said, when you're out in nature in the quiet, or maybe you're out in a rowboat or a kayak out on the lake, fishing, whatever, it's so quiet that you can hear your intuition speak. You can hear God speak to you through you. But when there's so much noise and turbulence and turmoil, and you're in New York City, just being there just now, or LA, you could drop a skyscraper in your consciousness and you'd never even notice it.
Huh.
Right?
Sure.
So I mean, that's the power of frequency and sound and music. And for me, like, that's the only reason to even be playing music at this point, because it's sure for the money, right? And at this day and age, what they've done, how they've totally obliterated the music industry and musicians and made it impossible practically to make any money doing it, especially if you've got a positive message. You see the messages and the music that's get out there, it's only agenda pushing, right? Or divisive, or to lower your frequency, to lower you down, bring you down. So you're vibing so low on such a low spiritual level. Because, you know, there's like 3 levels of consciousness, and most people never, ever transcend. The Toltecs called it like the tonal, right? It's like the tabletop. It's the chessboard, just like the Masonic temples, the chessboard that, you know, we think we have all this control and we think we can move the chess pieces around, but really there's like this thread pulling us from the second level of consciousness, and then the Naqual, you know, the top level of the ether is probably a term that most people are more familiar. Most people live their lives and never even glimmer the second, let alone third level of consciousness, right? Which is why no love exists, because everyone wants unconditional love, come into it with a bag of conditions, you know. But unconditional love means you never draw a line in the sand. Like a parent, like if your kid is Jeffrey Dahmer, you don't stop loving it, right? But look at people and the divorce rate. All the people who want unconditional love with a divorce rate, it's got to be raging over 60% by now, if it was 50 years ago.
Yeah,
Right?
I would imagine so.
I think 70% California.
With all the divisiveness, thanks to Tavistock Institute working hard on the men and women. So why don't we jump to let's see what else we got in the second, third. I sent you a couple emails, just breeze through them and I'll give you a quick screen cap, anything you like, people. You know, you can play this video back and grab. And Einstein was surely a puppet, but still, the points. That's what I hate is when you get these memes with one of their Jesuit puppets on it, but the phrase is still. I always usually I'll cut the phrase and cut the puppet out of the picture, but.
There's an email you sent that has about 6 or 7 images in it, but none of the images worked, so.
Just jump to the. There you go.
Yeah, the conclusion.
There you go.
Yeah, that's what I always said, man. Revolution or bust. Everybody not participating breaks the system.
That means not just with not vaccinating, and that means not voting. That means not paying taxes.
And new opportunities coming to not wear your mask. They're reinstituting the masks. Yeah.
Are they pushing the mask again?
They are. So there's going to be another opportunity to not comply. Don't wear your mask when they start mandating it again.
I better get my Kentucky Fried Chicken bucket. I need a new one in my Buckethead mask ready in my raincoat. I go to the grocery store dressed as Buckethead, man. No one comes near me. It's no one even. They're just like, oh, too bad, man. Too bad. One of those slides I think that didn't come out, a lot of it was about, because I was on a plane and I'm seeing a lot of people wearing these blue masks. The blue mask that Como was sitting, you know, the 3M mask.
Right.
You know, the mask that where you wear them, that you're breathing in little cancer-causing particles that they use to make them waterproof.
Sure.
Waterproof repellent that repels your saliva. Yeah, people. And I look all around the plane, and I say, should I tell this person? Should I show them the meme that tells them the name of the chemical, of the cancerous chemical that they're breathing for the next 5 hours on this flight? No. I think today I'll help them out with the depopulation agenda. I'm just going to let them keep wearing that thing.
Polypropylene.
That ain't all. And now they call it Gen X. You know, it's what they used for Teflon and carpet. Like, that's the number one. That's the joke about the pandemic and the scamdemic is, if anyone's watched The Devil We Know, the documentary about the And it's just, it hits me so hard because one of my financial investors in my musical career lives in that town, Parkersville, West Virginia, where that movie is set, where that DuPont plant is, 3M DuPont plant. It has contaminated the entire water source of this country. One plant. You got to watch this movie, people. Everyone's up and on, wear a mask while you got your Teflon, your baby's laying on your waterproof carpet with all the cancer causing your pets, you're sporting all your sporting jackets, all your sporting stuff, all of it. In the documentary, the scientists could not find a pure blood sample that's not contaminated by the shit in Teflon and all these waterproofing agents in all of our products. They couldn't find it in a newborn. Nowhere on the planet, not in a living adult, teenager, child, infant, or newborn. Because they're getting contaminated through their mom. So, like, if you haven't seen that movie, that's the movie of the week, people. And the sad thing is that if you look at, like, an aerial view of the water, the rivers around Ohio and West Virginia and Kentucky, you know, maybe that's why my parents are both dead right now from cancer. And maybe that's why I had testicular cancer, right?
It's very possible. Again, that military base that's been all on the TV for the last year for the class action lawsuit.
Right, Pat?
It's
Lejeune.
Camp Lejeune. Yeah, I just
They got a new one. They got a new one now. New infomercial. I forgot what the name is. I'll see you next time at the gym and I'll tell you.
What state's that place in?
Carolinas. But my mom's neighbor across the street, I knew that his wife had been in a cancer battle for a long time, like since I was younger, and she recently just died after 20-some years of fighting this cancer battle. But then I found out just talking to him the last time I was down visiting my mom that she grew up on that Camp Lejeune, and all of her siblings had already died of cancer, and she said one of the siblings only lasted like 3 months after the diagnosis. She lasted the longest, but every single person in that family died from cancer, and they all grew up on that base. So,
yeah, I mean, what was that movie Matt Damon was in, where the whole, was it the water supply in the town, or something was wrong in the town, and he was helped the families get the dough. Yeah, I mean, it starts. You guys got to watch, because that's
Aaron Brockovich.
Pandemic. That's the pandemic isn't the word. That's the epidemic. Is that plant 3M? The joke that Cuomo was in front of all those 3M logos when he was giving his table speeches at the beginning of the scamdemic.
Sure.
And I'd already seen that movie. So the second you're sitting there watching him and you've already seen this documentary, you're just like. And the cool thing about the documentary, it starts with a farmer who realized it from his cows drinking the water right behind the plant. They were getting all these weird growths all over their faces and bodies, and like just the weirdest things were happening to these cattle. And he's going, and it doesn't take, he may be a farmer. He doesn't need to be a rocket scientist to figure out his cattle are drinking the spill off from this plant. And then he starts getting other people involved, and the documentary blows out from there. It's the number one thing everyone should watch, and like reprioritize, you know, the scamdemic versus that. Because if you're walking around wearing a mask, that's the joke. They're wearing a mask that has that stuff on it. You know, instead of wearing the mask and doing all the stupid shit that they tried to make you do, when you should just be going and getting exercise and sunlight and doing all the old-fashioned things that we know how to do, you should be getting rid of all the shit in your house, like the Teflon and all the stuff that's, you know, and then what do you live on? Because almost everything is toxic. What do you sleep on?
Not to mention a lot of this.
What do you use for a raincoat? What do you use? What do you sit on in your car? You know. So
everyday clothes has a ton of microplastics in them. It's, you know, any of this stuff that's made out of polyester, nylon, or any of this other stuff. So like if you're gonna wear your swim trunks, you know, I wear 100% cotton underwear underneath it, just so it doesn't touch my ball sack and stuff, because that stuff all affects you, lowers your estrogen, makes you more of a pussy, and all sorts of other things. They wrap your when they
You
wrap
certainly
up,
don't need any more of those around.
yeah, when they wrap your baby before in the hospital when it was born, they'd wrap it in linen. People slept on linen. You know, it was linen. That's one of the healthiest, highest vibrational fabrics that you can have. And now they've changed all that to, you go to the hospital, everything's nylon based, and you know, they put all this plastic under the old people in case they pee or whatever. And you know, they're just, everything's wrapped in plastic, which is, if you look at that stuff under a microscope, it has a bunch of negatively shaped fullerenes, which trap harmful EMF. So basically makes you like a walking transducer, almost like you're, you know, dragging your feet on the carpet, and then you touch like a doorknob and it shocks you. Actually, it's not shocking you, it's releasing the charge, the negative charge. I mean, the positive negative effect, harmful charge that you've built up in your body from dragging on the petroleum based stuff. But that's all to affect lower your frequency, and that's all that happens when you get sick, is your charge, the amount of charge your body carries goes down. So then your body starts making viruses, which are piezoelectric, to add charge and try to make you well. So again, back to it's all back to the frequencies again.
Yeah. It's something to really pay attention to with the music you input, any kind of frequencies that you're surrounding yourself with, even like nagging people. I mean, that's a frequency. People who talk loud, right? All that kind of stuff. Is that the only thing in that email that came out, dude?
For the last one, yeah, that just for some reason tonight, a lot of your images just didn't show up.
Dude, you know why? Because one of them was the picture of you and me the day we met, the day we met in L.A.
Huh.
Followed by someone in the sand. It was a meme I was leaving everyone with. It said, "Keep fighting the Matrix with truth and love." That someone wrote in the sand somewhere.
Nice.
And that meme's floating around. Unfortunately.
It's okay. We can imagine it.
Yeah. Imagine that in the sand, people. But like, I seriously don't want to go. And let me tell you, I almost died on my way to back to Vegas from LA, because Fred, we were rehearsing LA, but he spaced and forgot. Thinking I live in Vegas, he booked my plane flight to the East Coast out of Vegas. So we rehearsed the night before, and I could have flown out of LAX, which is a pain in the ass, but I had to drive 4.5 hours back to Vegas to fly.
Ouch.
No, but check it out. So imagine you're on the 15, which is a 3-lane track between, it's the desert trek between Vegas and LA, and you're on 200 and some miles, right? And you're in the middle lane going like 75, 80, and there's a semi on your right, literally right trucking right with you. And then in the fast lane, there's no one, but there's a car right on your ass in the fast lane. It's not up on you, but it's there behind. And it could creep up at any moment to be like right next to you.
Sure.
And then there's a car in front of me, like maybe 2 car lengths, 2 seconds, right? In front of me in the middle lane, trucking. Suddenly, and we're all trekking 75, 80, it's just everyone's going with the flow. Suddenly, the car in front of me darts to the right lane in front of the semi to expose a giant full, not a shredded, full-size fucking semi tire. I'm headed right at it, man. Full speed. I corrected to the left, not even knowing if that car behind me, I could have hit it.
Sure.
If I would have hit that tire, it was so tall. You know, when a semi-tire's laying on its side, fucker's tall.
Sure.
If I would have hit that thing, I could have flipped my car, flipped into the side. Who knows which way, what would have happened there. Luckily, I went far enough, and it just totally bit the passenger side by the headlight of the front end of my car. Which I sure as hell didn't need that
Sure.
expense, man. All the money I'm making on this tour, people won't even cover it, man. It's not even safe driving between LA and Vegas anymore. It's like I don't even want to go back to California ever. Like if I didn't have to, I mean, we got this Kings of Thrash gig coming up at the Whiskey, and then we got another one somewhere in Santa Rosa or somewhere in December. Thrash into the holidays. We're going to do another part 2 live DVD at the Whiskey for Cleopatra Records, DVD, CD, vinyl like we did. It'll be part 2, Best of the West, with all different songs, and some of the other songs performed even better. I don't even want to go back there and do that. I never want to go back in that state. Anyone else from California in the chat? Can I get an amen? That it's hell on earth, dudes.
Was that at night or during the day, Jeff, when that happened?
Sunny day, dude. At night, it would have been the horror, man. At night, imagine.
If that was at night, yeah, you probably would.
Like, I'm going to be so PTSD driving. I got to go back now. I got to drive with my damaged car because I don't got the money or time to fix it before this next leg. So I'm going to have to twist tie and try to get the front of the bumper to not be scraping the ground. Drive back to LA, scared shitless.
We knew you were
slow lane. I'm going to be in the slow lane. Like, dude, you almost lost me, people. It was some serious, scary shit.
You could just say you're part Mexican. That's why you got the zip tie with the bumper.
It's just not safe to it. It's so different. The feeling driving and being in this country on tour. It's so different than the 80s when I toured with Megadeth. So different than late 90s, 2000 with Baji and the Brazilian thing. This country is totally, and you hear people calling us, like our own people. I'm in cities and they're saying, oh, this is a third world country now. It's like people are realizing it. They get it. And that wasn't the only accident. We were in Flint, Michigan, man, on Kings of Thrash tour, and we were in an Uber. And Fred wanted to go to the dispensary, and there was a breakfast place right next to us. The merch kid and Fred were in the back seat, and I was in the front passenger and the Uber driver. And it's snowy and icy, and we're just trucking. And then suddenly, from the fast lane, this car, literally just right in front of us, man. And almost I ate it. Just slid right in front of us. From the fast lane through the middle lane to the far lane. I go, dude, man, I can't believe you missed that car. He goes, oh, I'm the best Uber driver in Michigan. And he goes, I go, yeah, who says that? He goes, my mother.
Yeah, that's funny, man. Well, just remember that thing that happened to you. I mean, that does.
Sorry, I was going to regale you guys with a bunch of killer memes. Totally putting the scamdemic in its place, but we'll save it for next time. And Jonathan, I'm no hip hop or rap aficionado, but there's definitely some fishy going on with the sheer number of rappers kicking it. And I always keep the Juice WRLD tweet because I was lucky enough to screen cap it. I keep it in my phone to show the people that he said. I'm going to make kick-ass music. What did he say? I'm going to make some killer. I can pull it up.
He said he was going to die early in his tweet.
No, I got his tweet. I wish we could. It's like my one phone is off, but hold on. I got it literally right here.
His girlfriend had the Freemason compass on her body, too. Here, I got it right here. I beat you to it. My goal is to get overly famous, sign for a couple years, then fake my death.
Yeah, man. So there's that.
Indeed.
There's that. All right.
Mm-hmm. The way he spelled his Twitter handle with all the extra D's equaled 128, kind of like the day he died, 12/8.
That's a good screen cap to leave everybody with right there.
Yeah, indeed.
Look at it.
Yeah. All right, well, we can leave it there. Yeah, drive safe, Jeff. You never know when there's crazy debris on the road. The scariest thing I ever had happen on the freeway, too, was a big chunk of metal coming off the back of a freeway, and it was skipping back and forth, so it was like hard to dodge, and then ended up blowing out one of my tires, but...
Yeah, my buddy, after I told him what happened, they're like, oh, yeah, dude, that happens all the time. Tire falls off a semi, crashes through the window, decapitates the driver. I'm like, thanks, man. Thanks. I appreciate that thought. Now I'll be in the slow lane all the way back to LA because I got to go back for rehearsal, and then we leave from there to go to Phoenix. But they're going to be killer shows, and we get our own equipment on these shows, so we're going to sound great. We're playing great. The songs are great. I mean, it's a great date night thing. It's like chicks don't always like thrash and really heavy, fast stuff, but this is something that the guys and ladies can equally enjoy. So come out and dead groove with us, people.
All right.
Celebrate the end of the world. That's Wolfgang Van Halen's new single, right? Another celebration. It's called, I think, Another Celebration at the End of the World. I sent it to, pull it up. It's his new single from his second album.
That thing you just sent me the other day?
Yeah.
I got one for you, Jeff, that you're gonna like. Zach, can you pull up that email I just sent you that says Avatar?
Hold on. Yeah, I'm going there.
I bet he's trying to pull up Wolfie. It's still too weird about how Van Halen died right before they dropped his whole project, man. I just think his dad loved him so much that he had cancer and he wasn't healthy. He's like, maybe just like, I'll go just chill on Celebrity Island with fucking Glenn Fry and the rest of the dudes, Natalie Cole and the rest of the people, and let my son have his light, because if Eddie was still alive, no one would give a shit about Wolfgang, no matter how great he did anything. They would have just been, where's the new Van Halen? Where's the new Van Halen? When's the reunion with David Lee Roth? That's all people would have cared about. So this way, it gave like Wolfgang the free, clear. It's just too weird. The whole, you broke the whole Van Halen thing down, Zach.
Yeah.
So, but check out Wolfie's new single, Celebration at the End of the World, whatever it's called. It's a long ass title, but it reminds me like that REM. It's the end of the world. Yeah, there it is. That's not it. I'm all right.
What do you see right there, Jeff, with those avatars? The Avatar coming out, Avatar 3 and 4. What do you see in those logos?
He flashed off before.
Oh, I put him back up. I got him back up.
Give it a second. It'll pop back up. We're behind like 5 seconds. Look at those dates too, Zach. Those are all like, what are those? Is that winter solstice? Those are winter solstice dates, right?
Saturnalia.
Yeah.
Maybe if you scroll down, the other song will be down there.
You see that, Jeff? What are we looking at right there? You see the compass?
Yeah.
Yeah. On the 19th and the 21st.
The Avatar thing, just about the premise of that movie about military going in and essentially destroying a natural environment to get a resource. You're making the point about the fires where they're building the train, but then also the fires in Quebec are where they're mining lithium. So I just wonder if that could be part of what's going on. Just strategic burning to get to resources, clear the path.
Did you already make a correlation, Zach, or maybe did I mention it already that they're making a big deal about that banyan tree in Lahaina that's, I forget how many 100 years old?
It's like 150 years old. Yeah.
The home tree in Avatar.
Oh yeah, that's right. Avatar, the big tree. Yeah, good point. Okay.
That was home tree. Yeah, that's the same purpose that that banyan tree serves over there. I've been to that tree. I got some pictures, like in the middle of that tree, which is like it doesn't even really have a trunk. It's like a whole part of trees coming up that all comes from the same tree. It's pretty trippy.
Just go on YouTube, Zach, and just put Mammoth, another celebration, whatever.
Mammoth, another celebration.
Yeah, you don't have to type the full title.
Killer New Mammoth. What's WVH?
This was Wolfgang Van Halen.
Wolfgang, okay.
Wolfgang Van Halen.
It's right here. 8-minute song. I got it up here. Another celebration at the end of the world.
There's a ton of songs. Yeah, there's another celebration at the end of the world. Just a ton of songs about this coming out these days. All genres. What you gonna do when the grid goes down? We're gonna have another celebration at the end of the world. That's what we're gonna do.
Yeah. All right. Well, we can.
No, it's not that. Why is it 8:01? It's not that long, is it? And the other one's 4:30.
Yeah, longer version, shortened version.
Maybe it's got some acting going down in that. But anyway, check out that single, people.
Okay.
See what the lyrics might have to clue us in on.
I will check that out. But yeah, we can leave it there for tonight. And appreciate you guys coming on.
Next week I'll probably be in LA calling from the rehearsal studio.
Okay. Look forward to it.
Somehow I'm gonna get it so you guys can see the video of Tent City. Just how it is in LA now. And it's everywhere. I mean, not just downtown, anywhere you go in LA.
Sure.
And the other thing is on any given street, like there was one street behind, I took a different way one day, and the street was beautiful, like all these movie production house facilities, beautiful. And all of a sudden, like it's just RV Central. All these people who can't afford homes, they're living in their RVs and they just parallel park like cars, one after the other. And I'm talking on a street, 50. You just everywhere you look. And they're not like the beautiful $1 million RVs either. So that's what it's like. That's what people, they're living on the streets. They're living in their RVs. They're living in their cars in LA. They're ready to shoot. They Live Part 2. Roll the cameras up and start shooting. Start acting.
Are they really filming a They Live Part 2, or are you just saying that?
No, I'm saying the city's just ready. I'm saying you wouldn't have to hire extras. You don't need to, no scene sets don't need to be built, dude. That's what I'm saying. It's all there. They're ready to go.
That may be their final disclosure movie, They Live 2.
Yeah.
2025.
I think Zach, me, and DK should star in Part 2, and we all wear the glasses walking around LA.
Yeah, that would be a good little short, like 15-minute film. We could kill that.
And no, people, DK, you haven't even told people out there in Radio Land about your buddy's film. DK and his buddy been working on this film, Truth Film. I've seen part of it. It's fucking incredible. I'm just throwing that out there, people.
Yep. My scenes aren't even in it yet. Wait till my scenes are in it.
Give them a little synopsis. Can you give them a synopsis?
It's pretty much a spoof off of the movie that just won all the awards the other year, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. And so the name of the movie is actually Once Upon a Time Traveler in Hollywood. And the spoof of it is one of my buddies who, he's about Jeff's age, and he was all in Hollywood back in the day before any of these guys, Brad Pitt and Leo DiCaprio, whatever. And him and his buddy Damian Chapa, who was in a bunch of movies, they literally look like these guys. They look just like Brad Pitt and Leonardo DiCaprio. And the premise of the movie is that they stole one of these producers that they had, stole their life stories and made this movie with Brad Pitt and Leonardo DiCaprio. And in the midst of all that is thrown in so much crazy shit, like footage that I have from like the tunnel systems up in Hollywood, from Harry Houdini's old house, from Lookout Mountain Base to the Manson murders thing, to faking that, and just all kinds of stuff that people probably have not seen before. But the way it's just put together is kind of cool. There's so much shit you're just being hit with, like, you know, from the left, from the right, from the back, from the, you're like, oh my God.
It's super cool how the editing is. It's kind of almost edited like an MTV video, not with music, but just like rapid fire cuts where you're in one scene and then you're somewhere else. You're suddenly with DK's buddy and he's on the red carpet with some actor, you know.
He's with Joaquin Phoenix as he's getting bored.
Yeah.
And talking to him about, you know, they blackballed my buddy because he made a couple big time like Illuminati video movies. He was he's been on TMZ. He's been like interviewed for an hour by that guy that had that show, Robert, what the heck's his called? You know, where he interviews like actors and directors and stuff. So, you know, he's, you know, when he shows people like in the industry and they see it, they're like, oh shit, yeah, you're all over the place. How come I don't know your work or whatever? And then he made the Madoff in America movie where like it's Madoff, but it's a play on like he made off with America's money. And then they blackballed him for that because then they came out with their own Madoff movie after blackballing him. And basically what they had is they had a bunch of these like distributions agents. They're like, dude, we're going to get you like 10 million for this. Just hold on. Just kept holding on until they were able to write their own script and put out their own movie about it, basically is what it was. And he's still suing Sony, but of course you ain't going to get any money from suing Standard Oil New York since they're, you know, they run the court systems and everything, and they make all those microplastics that are going into everything, like Jeff said. So, yeah, it's a pretty cool little flick.
So, Jonathan, both you children, neither one of you are agents. Agents are way easier to spot than that. We've all hung out, me, Zach, and DK have hung. We've had good times. We've had bad times. But most of all, we've had times. So we're all bringing our best here. So let's leave tonight with a happy ending. And with that, it was going to be so beautiful with the meme. First, I was going to end with a picture of me and Zach smiling on Hollywood Boulevard, the selfie of us. And then the closing was the sand with whoever etched in the sand with their fingers. They wrote, keep fighting the Matrix with truth and love. Truth and love.
That's a good message. That's a good closeout message. So we can leave it there for tonight. Again, thank you guys for coming on. And hopefully everybody can just get along. So
can't we all just get along?
Yeah, just once again, I against anyone personally, and I do think the information is viable, probably most of it, if not all of it. I'm just making my own personal judgment on, you know, certain people, so that doesn't have anything to do with creating any division or anything else. It's just my opinion on certain individuals, so people can take it or leave it, like it, not like it, doesn't really matter, but has nothing to do with, you know.
So we shouldn't, but don't be so calling everybody out as a shill, because you don't got proof on that.
I didn't call everybody.
But we've called a few. Or even Jonathan, we don't know.
Yeah,
there are too many people. I mean, how many people call Zach a shill? Like everyone called Zach a shill. I mean, we know he ain't a shill.
If Zach's a shill, then he's just a disclosure agent who's telling nothing but the truth. Is there some of those out? Yeah, probably. Do I think Zach's one of them? No, I don't. But there are some. I know some people who just, you know, they're out there telling the truth because that's what they got to do. They're going to put they want to tell the truth, not us. Because if we tell the truth first, it doesn't necessarily absolve them of the guilt they have for not telling us the truth. That's why we get so censored. And then you have other shill channels, you know, running a parallel misinformation / disinformation / confusion campaign right alongside of us. But, you know, a lot of them are just, nobody's gonna like you if you're, nobody's gonna follow you if you're obvious. So some of them are not so obvious, There's other people that have put out great work that I know are controlled off, but the stuff that they put out, I tell people this is all true, even though this person is definitely controlled opposition. This stuff they're saying is true here, including ones.
But you should be able to tell. Maybe if you can't tell, maybe it's sometimes hard to tell one dimension over the internet looking at a video, but in person, when you meet Zach or you meet Alex Jones, who's one of Dave Mustaine's best friends, they're like vacationing buddies. Allison's told me stories about them backstage. You can tell the difference when you meet Zach. He has an aura of light around him. He has light energy. He has God energy. When you meet someone like Alex Jones, he has pig energy. He's like a pig man, He has demonic, satanic energy. And you should be able, if maybe not over the internet, but when you meet someone, like when we all show up at these things like in Hollywood or on 9/11, and you got the crowd of people saying, you should be able to spot, that's your intuition. That's what we were talking about before. That's what they want to dumb down. It's your pineal gland that's calcified, and why you can't tell the difference between a truth and a lie, a good person and a bad person, a shill and someone who's earnest.
Right. The devil's not going to come with horns and a pitchfork. He's going to come saying he's Jesus, right? I mean, duh. So we gotta, just gotta keep an eye out, and they're going to tell you a lot of truths too, to get you so they can get in the gates. That's what infiltrators are. They're going to tell you a lot of good stuff and make it seem like you're on their side, so that you let them in the door, and then they're amongst you, and then who knows when that sleeper cell will be activated, or if it even ever will, or what the purpose.
Dude, it would be a trip. I just thought, sorry to interrupt, but I just thought, when you come to LA, Zach,
right?
These people aren't crazy. Why don't we go into this tent city and spit some truth in some of these environments? Because there's other people there too. I mean, there's other people. There's stores open. There's businesses running. There's regular ladies walking down the street, pushing strollers. Men walking from their jobs or to a sales call. We should go down there, man, and get all that. Let people all around the world who watch Gematria Effect News see the current state. That's the state of that's our State of the Union address. We got to get all that shit on film while we're down there.
I guarantee you go interview the people in the tent city, then you go interview some people that live on the Strand in Manhattan Beach in like $25-30 million homes. The tent city people are going to score higher.
Yep,
guaranteed. That's just how.
There's some, and I guarantee there's some smart. There'll be some weirdos, but that's entertaining too for people.
Sure.
People enjoy seeing that, but I guarantee some people will have some of that knowledge. They'll start spitting truth right back at us, and some people will be able to give us some, I'm sure, pretty poignant stories of how the system, because every one of these people, it's not all their fault, right? Some people are losers and lazy, and they piss their lives away with drinking and drugs. Yeah, but not every single person, because I'm out there, and you can't help. They're at every 7-Eleven, man. They're standing right there. There's this one guy, man. I took a picture of him. He's like right out of Ready for Mad Max. His dress, he had this weird trench coat and a weird hat from winter, like it looked like a. He was totally, and he had all these. He had a little bag, quarter full of Cheetos, and like 7 or 8 sticks. These thin sticks he's juggling around, and he wouldn't put the Cheetos down or the sticks. He's trying to organize the sticks into some order, and they're all in disarray, and he just couldn't get it together. And he's just standing there in front of a 7-Eleven, he's totally OCDing over his sticks because he can't get them organized right and put them in his sheath. He had a little sheath like where you put arrows in.
Funny.
So are you coming, Zach, man? December would be another good one.
I'm gonna come down to LA. Yeah, I'll be back down there. It's I anticipate I'll be down there multiple times between now and August 8th, 2024. So.
Did you ever end up looking into the connection, Zach? So today's Kobe's birthday, and then tomorrow's Kobe Day, right?
Right.
Today his new shoe came out, the Ocho, and then along with this Disney movie called Ashoka, which you should probably maybe watch the trailer for. I guarantee that's got to be connected because it's like some type of freedom fighting movie. This Ashoka movie. Yeah. So I was just wondering why they did all that. The 23rd and then the 24th, and then the movie's coming out also on the 23rd.
Huh. Okay. Yeah, I got to look into all that.
Have you heard of that movie yet? Yeah, I haven't looked into that. I had got busy. Like when it first started, I had the Moana thing and I had all that, but then I got kind of busy for a few days, so I didn't have time to look further in. I saw the trailer for Ashoka, and I knew the shoe was coming out today on his birthday, and I was like, why is this movie coming out on the same day as the shoe on his birthday? There's got to be some connection. I haven't looked at the shoe yet. I wonder if it has some designs like that correlate to this movie.
And there's a new Jordan shoe coming out in a few days, the Air Jordan 38.
So there's a little inside joke between DK and myself. Athletic related. All's well at 24-hour fitness, man.
Nice.
No problems there.
Yep. That's the only way to go. I asked, by the way, that's the only way to go. If we try to do it some other way, they're going to catch us. So the way we go, the way it's going to go.
No, we got it. We're all good.
Got Jeff
We're down with the fitness.
On the family membership.
Yeah, we got the family membership. So hopefully the end of the show helped squash the little beef we had. Let's all get along, dudes.
Yeah, and I don't have a beef. I don't have anything against anybody personally. Even the people that I named, still got nothing against them personally. Couldn't care less, to be honest. Just my observation, my opinion. Like I said, take it or leave it, whatever. I know a lot of people agree with it that have been...
Halo. This is not the Halo. Do they play Beyonce's song behind the commercial?
Remember, she got the Grammy the day he died.
It's a big thing lately. Halo.
That was literally the song on the store radio when I first got up. When I got out to LA, the first thing I heard on the radio in LA, Beyonce's Halo.
So you knew you were doomed from there, dude.
It was just synchronicity.
I should have told you.
Yeah. Got that Saturn ring above your head, the halo. All their fake angels with the Saturn rings above their heads. Halo.
Yeah. All right, but yeah, we can leave it there for tonight. And again, thank you both. And we'll be back next week.
See you guys next week, and see you guys at the gigs.
Yes. Yeah.
See you guys at the gigs.
September 7th, Phoenix.
You guys go. I also, some of you guys might have seen, I got this other little duo I met. I did this autograph show. Can you bring this up, Zach? Go on Facebook, please. She's going to be blown away, you guys. You can't even believe this girl that I met. She's 15 years old. And let me preface this by saying, I don't like kids doing music. I don't like seeing the little guitar kids whizzes or the little girls singing like Christina Aguilera when they're 8 years old. I don't like the little creepy beauty pageant kids. I don't like movies with kids in it. If it's a kid movie, I'm out. But I was at this is a music convention, where we go and we take selfies in the 8x10s and sell our DVDs and albums. And people hemorrhage money at us. And Eddie Munster was there. I got to meet Eddie Munster. And I told him how bad I coveted that little Munster toy he had, the little Wolfman toy. I'm like, dude, man, I wanted that so bad, and no toy company would make that toy back in the day. You know, now they got every toy for everything, but back then I tried to make my own Eddie Munster little wolf doll and Wolfie, and it just didn't happen. But I digress. So can you go on Facebook, dude, and pull up Souls on 11 band page?
Souls on 11?
SOULS on 11. Any Spinal Tap fans will get we're kind of a 70s thing. We got to do it. So here's what happened. So I'm sitting at my table, and the way they have, you know, it's a convention center. They put like tables down one, and then you got a whole nother row of tables of other people across from you, right? And they wrap around, and people walk around, and they look at all the offerings, and there's people selling, you know, all kinds of stuff, all kinds of movie stars, music stars. This was more the Monkees, dude. Mickey Dolenz was there from the Monkees. Just they had the Monsters car. Here we go. Now, this little adorable girl, totally look at her. She's 15 years old, but she stepped out of the 70s. She's just like,
sure,
if she was born in the 70s and someone just teleported her and put her in front of my table at the show, and she walked up to me. This girl has a personality like no one you've ever met. She's a ventriloquist to boot, and maybe that's why her face when she sings is so expressive. It's like nothing you've ever seen. She walks up to the table and she goes, "Hi, my name's Sandy, and I just want to tell you I love your music, and you're just a huge influence and inspiration on me." And I look back at her in her 70s, 15 years old, and I'm thinking to myself, yeah, babe, I'm sure you're a real big Megadeth fan. And so she walked back to her table. It's just like, so nice to meet you, and what's your name? And so she went back to her table, and she's with her dad, and they have nothing to sell. I think she had maybe her own little home recorded CDs, one of her music and one of her ventriloquism. And her dad and her totally green. She's never played out of her basement, this girl. She's never performed in front of people. She's never heard applause. And this is the most heartwarming thing to end this whole thing with. We need this after you and Jonathan and DK going at it, boxing little fights here on TFR tonight. So I start hearing her play by herself. She's just sitting there with an acoustic guitar. That's her 12 string she's playing, and that's her 6 string I'm playing. She brought 2 guitars, and she starts playing like all these cool songs from the 70s, like "Make It With You" by Bread. I'm like, how does this girl even know this song?
Sure.
The song, she's doing "Over the Hills and Far Away" and playing it on 12 string with the part. Playing Jimmy Page's part, and then she does "Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap" by AC/DC, and that was the end of it. I had to go because I know that I've done that 100 times. I went over, they said, "Give me that guitar," and so she got the 12 string, and then I started doing the drum parts. So, you know, and it goes into the verse when you sing, "You're having trouble with your high school head, she's giving you," and I'm beating on the guitar, and you know. We played first in the aisles just at her table, and every time we played, 40, 50 people stopped in their tracks, and we'd get all this applause. And I'm like, there's some chemistry here. This girl has the X Factor. Like this show, The X Factor, it's this person right here, this little girl. She was such a natural, her rhythm, her pitch, she's had no training. She's teaching herself by ear off vinyl records because she doesn't like digital. We've talked about that on previous shows. She showed me a video of her whole vinyl collection in her basement. So we find out the next night there's karaoke, which means there's a bunch of people going to be singing badly, with the lyrics projecting on the screen. It's going to be horrible. So I said, let's go and crash the karaoke with our guitars. So we take the guitars, and she with the 12 string and me with the 6 string, we go to the karaoke, and can we get up and play and have some people. And by this time of the night, the people were just drunk enough and had heard enough bad music. They were ready for some real entertainment. And we got up there, people, and we slayed. We did 3 songs. I mean, it's all we had time to learn between the two of us. We opened with Styx, Fooling Yourself, which is a great truth song, people. Listen, go. The videos on this wall of all 3 songs, you can go watch it. Please come like this page. She can't believe, she's like, how did we get 75 followers overnight? How is this happening so fast? You can't even, dude. So we've opened with Styx, Fooling Yourself. And the applause comes. She's never been applauded for in her face. When you see it in the video, she's like, she looks at me because she looks up to me so much. She's playing harder. Dad says she's playing guitar harder now because she sees how you play. She's breaking more strings now. I never break strings, so I don't know what's going on there. But so we do Fooling Yourself, and the applause, she's overwhelmed, and the people are loving us. So then we do the Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap, and you got a 15-year-old girl singing these naughty lyrics that are also about putting a hit out on someone because they're fucking your wife.
Huh.
Is basically what it's about. And the juxtaposition of this, there's the video right there. That's our first live performance, all 3 songs. Please go watch that, leave comments, like this page. Here, someone was there. Please share this great duo because we are great. This is chemistry. I didn't expect this. I didn't know I was going to meet this little kid. I never thought I was going to play with a kid. He's 15 years old, but this kid, she's a star, man. She's got more charisma, and it's natural. It's not put on, and it's just who she is. Her name's Sandy Nutburn. There she is. And then, so we did the Dirty Deeds with the beating on then the people freaked out even more, and imagine her face at the end of the second song. Then we do Over the Hills and Far Away. And I start the ways, if people know the song, Jimmy Page starts it on 6 string, and he does the da-la-da-da-da, da-la-da-da-da-da. He does the whole thing 1 round, and then when it starts over, he adds the 12 string. Well, I play the 6 string, and it gets to that part, and here she comes in right on beat with the 12 string part, da-la-da-da-da, and the whole audience loses. They can't believe what they're hearing and seeing. And I'm telling them, this girl's never been out. So by the end of Over the Hills and Far Away, and she's reading the lyrics off an iPad because she learned it that day. She's singing over the Zeppelin off an iPad. Look how amazed she is at me tapping on the neck. That's her personality. She's a breath of fresh air in this ugly world. And this is what the world needs now, is this duo right here. We're going to take everybody back to the 70s with some covers, and we're going to do an EP of covers and play around. But by the end of it, we got a standing ovation. And the person filming, I don't know who it was, but right next to the person filming, holding the camera, everyone's standing up, and you hear the lady next to the guy going, get up. These 2 are great. Get up. Everyone, you better stand up. They wouldn't let anyone stay seated. Everyone in the audience was making the others stand up for us. And it was like something I've never experienced, around a young person.
Sure.
Who I'm usually creeped out by, unless they're my own 2 daughters. So
well, that's a cool
like
story.
Page, watch that the video of us doing our show. You'll see the right there, the chemistry that's on my YouTube channel. And Souls on 11, and there's no gematria. Although we could probably do the gematria. I came with this name. Anyone who's seen Spinal Tap, there's a scene where
You cut out, Jeff. You cut out about the Spinal Tap.
Oh, there's a scene in Spinal Tap where Rob Reiner, the director who played Meathead on All in the Family, he directed that and a bunch of those funny movies with those guys from Saturday Night Live, Christopher Guest. And anyway, there's a scene where Christopher Guest, and he's the lead guitarist in Spinal Tap. He's kind of like a Jeff Beck, blown up caricature kind of guy. Horrible guitar player though, and there's a whole scene where he's showing him like a rig rundown, all of his equipment and his Les Pauls and his guitars, and they get to his Marshalls, and he's showing why his Marshalls are better than everybody else's Marshalls. Because the normal bloke, when he's shredding and he's playing and he wants to get to the next level, where does he go? 10. Where do you go from there? 10. He goes, well, I have this, and it shows the amp, a close up. All my knobs go to 11. See, right across the board, 11. 11. It's 1 louder. And then Rob Reiner's like, well, why didn't you just... Why didn't he just make 10 louder and make 10 the loudest number? And he looks back at me and goes, well, these go to 11. So it's a little tongue-in-cheek, people. No, we're not Freemasons. She's not a 15-year-old, what is it, the Order of the Eastern Star in training, nothing like that. But if you like our page and watch the video, and I think you guys are going to be...
Jeff, how do you see the video? Because as I'm going through, I can't tell which one. Oh, the YouTube link.
That's the video. That thing it's pinned. The one that's pinned at the top is the video.
I see, the YouTube link.
Like the page, click the video, and look at our pictures, and check this out. So we played this gig, I told you, Dead Groove, and she came, and she made a puppet. Look on my wall somewhere, there's pictures of. She made me a ventriloquist puppet of me.
Huh. That's cool.
Can you believe that? If you scroll down a little bit, go to Jeff Young page, my page. She made this puppet. It's not small. It's got little Converse. She went and bought baby Converse. It's got jeans. And it has my dime bag, the guitar, the Blue Lightning Bolt dime bag guitar. Yeah, there it is. And so she was at the gig, and we didn't play a note, but just the owner, from seeing me play with Dead Groove and meeting Sandy, we got us a gig. So our first gig's going to be at this legendary club in New York. Yeah, there it is.
What's her name? Sandy what?
Netburn.
Metler?
Netburn.
Netburn. N-E-T-B-U-R-N. Netburn.
Netburn.
Sandy Netburn, yeah. There's the 3 songs right there. Give it a like, Zach. Come on. Give it a love it.
Oh, I have been I've been hitting the likes on the posts. Yeah, I got the like on the YouTube video.
You got to see this puppet she made. Scroll down a little bit. I'll tell you when the stuff. There's a collage of some pictures from the show of me, and you'll see I had the puppet on stage with me. So she does ventriloquism, which is scroll down a little more. Keep going. That's just I'm just asking everybody to like the page. Just keep scrolling down. You're going up. You're going the wrong way.
I can't be going the wrong way.
Down. Yeah, down. There's the gig. Down. Send me a friend request if you want people. Down.
Let's see.
There we go, right there. Right there. Go back up. Right back up.
The problem is we're on delay.
You passed it.
I'm past the puppet?
You're way back. Now you're way past the puppet.
What? How did I not see the puppet?
It's a collage. Scroll back up slowly and I'll stop you. There we are after the gig, but scroll back up.
You're on such a delay. You're like on such a delay.
Go up. Yeah, go up. It's just like that. It's a picture of 4 of me, and it's at the bottom corner picture. You'll see the little. It's a little JY. Up a little more. Just go slow.
I don't know. I'm missing
There's
it.
my last gig with Megadeth, Monsters of Rock, Castle Arlington with Maiden. Right. Keep going. Oh, there it is. Stop right there.
I missed it again.
That was the puppet. You just saw it. It's on a mic stand right next. There it is again. Stop.
I went past it. I'm scrolling back down though, since I know it's somewhere back here.
Yeah, it's right there. Where the Dead Groove was.
Oh, I see it. Okay, I see it now. Hilarious. Okay, I got it up there.
She made it. I mean, and she's 15, and she got a wig. She went and got the Converse shoes and my jeans, and she even put a yellow pick, because my pick's yellow. She didn't have a Kings of Thrash pick, but she found a yellow pick and put it in the puppet's hand and glued it in there. There it is, dude. The bottom, right there.
Yeah,
that bottom picture.
I got it up here. Yeah, it's funny. She made that, huh? That's good.
Right?
Yeah.
And so I can put my hand in there and talk as little JY. So we went to this bar of the chick who, and dudes, if you're ever, go to Duff's and Brooklyn, if you're ever in New York, man, it's the best metal club, puts the rainbow to shame.
Uh-oh.
But the other chick who played that night, her husband owned that club. and I had the puppet in the back seat. So all these people were outside getting high and drinking outside the club, and we had to wait for her to arrive. So Fred, me, and Holly, I put the window down in the car. And I just set the puppet on the side of on the ledge of the car window, and the people were freaking on it. They loved it. They were going nuts.
That's funny.
I haven't even had a chance to tell Sandy that part yet, but yeah, so.
Funny.
Maybe I'll have the puppet. I'll probably bring the puppet out on tour with us. So if you show up in Arizona, you can meet little Jeff. Exactly. All right.
Yeah, that's cool though. Very cool.
So please like Souls on 11, people, man. Come on.
Souls on 11, indeed.
Like she's gonna wake up and she's like, "How did we get all these likes in 2 days?" She can't believe it. She can't believe what's happening to her. She's got a good mentor. See, I'm going to protect her from all the evils and warn her. It's hard because, like, she's totally clueless how the business works and everything we talk about, and she wants nothing more than to just dive into it head first. And to see that kind of innocence in someone, you know, through my tainted eyes, it's a life reaffirming thing. It makes me young again.
Sure. Yeah. Indeed. Well, very cool. Very cool.
So I'll probably make more money doing this than anything I've ever done. Because it's pure, man. There's total purity in it.
Sure.
It's nothing but purity and pure music. And ripping songs. Wait till you see the set list. I mean, the 3 songs were just unrehearsed, impromptu. Wait till we rehearse and like do this show, and maybe even have a band behind us. It's going to be nuts. We're going to be so good. Sonny and Cher can just have a seat, you know.
Funny.
Souls on 11 coming on hot. We're coming in hot.
All right, I'm definitely going to check out that performance tomorrow. So I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah. If you need something life reaffirming and a smile, that's the little video to watch. We'll make you smile, and the healing frequencies. I mean, that Styx song, that's a beautiful tune. Tommy Shaw definitely wrote some healing stuff.
Yeah.
She loves Tommy Shaw from Styx, so she does a lot of Styx.
Very cool.
Have a great evening, everybody.
All right. Appreciate it. Take care, you guys.
Look at us.
All right.
And I don't know where she gets all these 70s clothes, man. I wish I could find 70s clothes like that. Everything she walks in, she's like, together like this.
Yeah, that is interesting. So
I need to work on my image. I'll see you guys later. Have a good night, everybody.
All right. Take care, you guys. See you.
Have a good night, Zach.
All right. Later, DK. All right. Yeah. Thank you to Abra. I see Abra on the Cash App. I appreciate that. And thank you to the people who super chatted. We got Abra on the Cash App. We got John Mendoza again. Josh. Thank you, Josh. Thank you again, John. Halui Warren. I hope I'm saying that right. Thank you again, 13 Serpents. And thank you, Ray Ray. And yeah, if you missed tonight's show, weird thing at the beginning was, and it went on throughout the show, but it was just worse at the beginning and then some other parts. Somehow somebody like hacked the line so they were in the show in the background the whole time, and I don't know. I don't know how they did it, but it got the show off to a little bit of a funny start. So anyhow, we'll leave it there for tonight. Again, thank you to everyone who does support the work and hits the like and the share. And yeah, again, just if people could chill on the unnecessary infighting, that would also be great. I don't want to keep going, but we got one more phone call real quick. Let me take it and then we'll wrap it up. 772?
Yeah, so I'm going to be super quick. So are you going to go to LA this month?
I've made it pretty clear I'm not going down there this month.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, yeah, I didn't get a chance to catch up on the videos. Okay. Well, I guess I'll see you in a few months when you end up going over there.
Okay. All right. Appreciate it.
All right. Bye.
I see it. Yeah. I mean, I would have liked to have been in LA for Kobe Bryant Day, but historically, we've never had great turnouts in the middle of the week. The best we ever did was Oklahoma City for the April 19th anniversary. But yeah, we'll pack it in for the basketball season when it's packed out in front of the stadium. So yeah, Richard's in the chat. If you want a nice Gematria Effect News t-shirt, Richard definitely can get one to you. So, all right, it was a long show. We'll leave it there, and until next time, Truth Seeker.